even though you may think you're not ready, you're already ready. That's the message. Be unprepared. That's my mantra. It's already too late. Smoke them if you got them. Where are we on the doomsday clock? It's a hair away from absolute midnight. We're locked in tight. We're out of range. We're live here late night. I thought maybe the audience would be on late. I'm not walking around, as you can see. I am taking a day off. It's D-Day. What is it, the 80th anniversary? So I'm seeing all these videos pop up of... Oh, some of these guys are still alive. It's kind of incredible, actually. And they're going to Europe on airplanes and shit. I saw one guy skydive. It was like this 97-year-old dude who recreated his D-Day. He was like strapped to some guy who was younger. They jumped off together. I don't know. It's lit over there. It's lit for the Greatest Generation. So I watched all those war movies. I was there, basically. I mean, that's what my book, in commemoration in the 80th anniversary of D-Day, you should purchase a copy of my book, War Commercial. It's the Saving Private Ryan of, let me get a copy here. This is now QVC. In celebration of the 80th anniversary of D-Day, send 1995 to my Venmo account. And get a copy of War Commercial for the vets, for the Greatest Generation, for those who serve. So yeah, Tom Hanks and Spielberg are over there doing that. Yeah, this is like I'm walking. See my videos in the background? It's just like I'm walking around. Maybe I'll do some audio commentary track. Yeah, we're celebrating D-Day here. This is my D-Day memorial broadcast. 80th. Watch the Bob Hoskins, John Lithgow, Michael Caine three-way dance film, When We Were Lions, or what the fuck? When We Were Lions or something like that. It's on YouTube. Check it out. It's riveting. They had been, Stalin had been trying to get him to establish a Western Front for a couple years. And one of the things that's curious about D-Day is it was kind of like this botched... I mean, the weather was not ideal at all. A lot of the paratroopers and stuff missed their target landing zones by like miles and shit because the weather was so bad. It was so windy and so rainy and cold. It's just, that's kind of interesting, that they decided to go anyway. Eisenhower and whatever. They were sort of, the weather, I don't know if that's typical for that time of year, but they just said, fuck it, let's go. And, they got it done anyway. They got the job done anyway. I don't know. I think that says something just about the nature of life and fate. I don't know. Maybe that's old-fashioned, but, Michael Jordan playing the fucking game with the fever and shit. When men were men, they went anyway. They played injured. I watched this video, Randy Orton. God, I wish I could. How did I do this before? Okay, maybe I'll here. It's balanced on the Drizzlicious bag. This is my broke-ass videography. I'm balancing my Ulanzi iPhone tripod on a Drizzlicious bag. For ballast. I'm using it for ballast. That's not what that word means. World War II. What the fuck was I saying about it? Reminiscing when we were soldiers. Vince McMahon. Randy Orton. Well, because you get damage as you go older. You get injuries. Like, I've had this leg... I've got like a hip, I got like a sciatica thing. I don't know why my diet's been so bad. It could be any number of things, but as you get older, just you accumulate aches and pains, right? And so Randy Orton was saying he went to Vince McMahon in his mid-30s. He had a back injury. he had some kind of back problem. All these guys do. I saw Sabu was getting some kind of major back therapy. Could you imagine what Sabu must feel like when he wakes up in the morning? I'm sure it doesn't feel great. I don't blame him if he's on painkillers or whatever. Do whatever he has to do. I'm sure he's a super pothead. But Randy Orton went to Vince McMahon and said, "Hey, could we lighten my schedule a little bit? Maybe I won't be on the road quite so much. WWE, Vince McMahon kind of famously works these guys to death, quite literally. And there's no union. They're union busting. There's no health insurance. They're all independent contractors. There's no liability whatsoever. If Owen Hart dies, I don't know. I don't even know how much money. They probably got millions of dollars, but in any case, Vince McMahon. So Randy Orton goes to Vince McMahon and asks him if he can take, get like an easier schedule. Vince McMahon says, "Mother Nature gets us all in the end." Randy, I need you out there on the road. Mother Nature gets us all in the end. So that's his nihilistic, positive nihilism. We live in an era of positive nihilism. There is, it's instilled in us that we have this kind of like optimistic, positive. Nobody likes you if you're negative, or I don't know. You have to be negative in the way that people like or something. I don't know. When I'm negative, generally it just turns people off and they turn away. But there is like this kind of psychotic positive. The Roaring 20s. People must be blind. What kind of Roaring 20s are these? The rich get richer. It's the law of the land. But, yeah, I also want to talk about the Poetry Project potluck reading that happened last night. Oh my God, it was amazing. It really felt like an epic event, to be honest. They've been filling that room a lot this season. They've really been doing good about getting people out to readings. And last night, there was probably, 60, 80 people. All generations. It was pretty amazing. Yeah, but I don't know. It's weird. Biden fucking going to fucking Normandy and shit. Apparently he shit his pants. Did people see that? Did they talk about that on the evening news? Apparently there's a conspiracy theory circulating on TikTok. I basically spent the entire day in bed on TikTok. Because I had the reading last night, and I was in the city on Tuesday and the open mic Monday, so it's like today I'm just kind of, it's bedtime for daddy. And so anyway, yeah, apparently Biden shit his pants at the there's a video of him where he goes to sit down and then he kind of has a whoops, I crap my pants moment. And then he doesn't sit down and he's escorted away. And so it's very possible that Biden shit his pants. The D-Day veterans, to them, Biden's young. They're all 100 years old. Biden's like a spring chicken. So, you got to understand that probably most of the people that vote in this country are over 40. And think about it. If people are living to be 100 goddamn years old, that means there's 60 more years of people who are alive. There's a lot of old people that vote for fucking Trump and shit because they're psychos. And that's why we have a president who's 81 goddamn years old. Because the lifespan has just been stretched too goddamn far. It's pulling apart. I don't know. It's like the human race is going through these kind of werewolf transformation. Where our bones are elongating. There's growing pains associated with population explosion. This is unprecedented. To have all these fucking people on Mount Everest and shit. To just have people fucking everywhere. Like Venice. They're starting to charge fucking money and shit to even go into the public places in Venice, Italy, because there's just so many fucking people that want to go there. That's there's so many fucking people. One thing I did see that I found optimistic was the Governor Hochul, who I really am not a fan of. The public officials in New York State and City are fucking terrible right now. And we're really seeing the consequences of that in our day-to-day lives as this country just sort of frays. And but they're gonna postpone indefinitely the congestion pricing in downtown Manhattan, which, like, I understand. First of all, I'm in downtown Manhattan a lot, and it really doesn't seem like there's a traffic problem to me. Like, I ride into Manhattan occasionally. I've been in cars all around Manhattan, all different kinds of day. The traffic really not that fucking bad. To be honest, it seemed like a cash grab by the MTA. They weren't going to use it to fucking improve anything. They're not actually interested in improving anything in this country. Here's something I heard that's insane. In Florida, I guess they do this in a lot of states. I think they do this in like 30 states. They charge the prisoners, the people who are in jail, they charge them $50 a day every day that they're in jail. And when they get out of jail, they're in debt. They have to pay this back. See, that's the psychotic kind of fake right-wing thinking of like, oh, the government spends too much money, in privatizing prisons. So it's like, oh, these prisoners, they're getting a free place to stay. Oh, that's pretty nice. I wish I had that. They should pay. They should pay for fucking, their room and board and their food and shit. So we should charge them $50 a fucking day like it's fucking Days Inn or whatever, La Quinta. And the Ramada. It's like that is so the thing in Florida, right, is there's like 2 million people. Florida has more electoral votes than New York. That's insane to me. I thought New York and California were like the biggest pieces of the pie. And Texas, obviously. Texas actually used to be Democrat. If you look at a lot of the presidential elections, it voted Democrat in a lot of the fucking elections before goddamn, I don't know, Reagan. But they may have even voted for Jimmy Carter. They probably did. Ann Richards was the fucking governor there. But Florida has more electoral votes than New York. That is fucking insane to me. And that's probably a result of the 2020 census and all the people fleeing New York to Miami or whatever, like Trump. All the finance people who didn't want to pay income tax anymore. And Florida is a phenomenon. I have not spent that. I went down there a little bit when I was a kid, but I've never been to Miami. I've never been to the Keys. I've never really been south of whatever the fuck, the southern peninsula part. But they've got a lot of power. And so there's 2 million people in Florida that are disenfranchised because they've been in prison. They can't vote. Or like that was the law when Trump originally got elected, right? So that's a huge amount of people that would probably have voted Democrat who could not vote because they'd been in fucking jail. And obviously, who is more disproportionately affected and more likely to go to jail? Not white people, And so they're disenfranchising huge numbers of people of color. Gee, it's funny. And so they did some kind of law or something where they got rid of that in like 2018 and they fixed it. But now the rule is if you get out of jail in Florida, you have all this debt. If you haven't paid back your debt, you can't vote. And so a lot of these guys, it's $50 a day. You're in jail for what, a year? That's, I don't even know, $15,000 or something. It's like fucking college. They just want to run everybody into debt in this goddamn country. They're trying to kill us. Maybe if I YouTube hard enough, things will change, but I doubt it. I don't know. We're being killed by the food. It's poisonous. They're making Pop-Tart movies that glamorize it. Seinfeld is a plant. One thing I do want to say is like, a lot of these things that seem like conspiracy theories about the CIA actually sound kind of dope, to be honest. Like, if the CIA funded the Paris Review and, like, abstract expressionism and, like, they gave everybody acid for free, like, that sounds pretty chill to me. You know, did the CIA like fucking fuel like Charlie Parker and Miles Davis and like Thelonious? You know, like is the CIA like responsible for like Doctor Strangelove and like 2001? I mean, apparently Kubrick was making the fucking moon landing. CIA sounds pretty dope to me. Is CIA's like behind the fucking acid tests and shit, or the Grateful Dead CIA? One thing I do not like about my TikTok feed, or I don't know if this is a internet wide thing, but like how Tucker Carlson has become like this sort of like pariah or something. Like Tucker Carlson sucks. He's always sucked. He's a twerp. He's a right wing kind of Eastern Seaboard bow tie wearing George Will wannabe douchebag. Like he's a preppy douchebag. Like fuck Tucker Carlson. He sucks. He's always sucked. Just because he got fired by Fox News doesn't mean he's like Edward Snowden or some kind of like freedom. It's hard to know which way the fuck is up these days. Zelensky and Biden and fucking Trudeau, they're all at Normandy on the eve of World War III. Is that some kind of satanic ritual? Is this some kind of, forecasting? And so, the Ukraine thing, the fucking, of course, the genocide that's happening right now. Who's gonna save our souls, What the fuck are we gonna do? We're being torn apart at the seams. Nobody agrees with this imperialist policy. They should just make TVs that work like TikTok. There should just be a TV that has an algorithm with every fucking thing that's ever been filmed on it, and you just press a button, and it just keeps sending you shit that it knows that you're gonna like, and you just keep going, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. It's that simple. TikTok, it's one button. There's no fucking scrolling, and it's just like here's like, I don't know. I've gone into the Matrix. I feel like I have been. The reason why TikTok is bad is not necessarily because of. I mean, it's good because I'm an epiphany junkie now. It's like you're learning so goddamn much. You're just learning. You're hyper learning, and you're learning about imperialism. You're learning about the foreign policy. You're learning about these fucking wars. You're learning about so much different shit. So your eyes are being opened in certain ways. Like that is a good use of the internet to me. But it's also so addicting that it really does. It's like a World of Warcraft or something, where you just become like Jello. You just become fucking. It just vaporizes all your free time. But I don't know. It's just like we're in such an I don't know. I always raised to kind of think that we're in like some kind of Armageddon, and like the Israel thing has such like a crusades. It's crusades coded. It's such a crusades vibe, and that's what it is. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's a crusade, and one. I was thinking about this the other day. I have this play that I wrote called The Guff. I wrote it, I think, in like 2009, 10. And it's all about the Middle East and the wars there and sort of post 9/11. In Israel, in a lot of ways. And it originally had two characters because it was based on conversations I'd had about Armageddon, the end of the world, and the Guff is the idea with the Guff is like this place where they keep all the souls, and when you're born, a soul, the souls come from the Guff and they go into the world, and supposedly the birds. That's why birds sing, because the souls are coming to. They can see the souls that are coming to be born. But the idea is right that there's so many people alive. Right, there's more people alive than there ever has been, and so the Guff is like being emptied, right? And the idea is when the Guff is emptied, then it's like the world soul is kind of reunited, and all of the pieces, all the fractures are kind of back, and that's when the Messiah comes, and that's when, you know, whatever the judgment day is. And so part of the prophecy, right, is that the Jewish people will be returned to their homeland. This is what Christian conservatives in this country think. You know, this is really what Iraq was about. This is what 9/11 was about. That's why 9/11 is this crazy fucking, you know, violent human sacrifice, and you know, they wanted to traumatize everybody for a generation. There'd never been anything like that. There'd never been like something on that scale in American, you know, boundaries that we all fucking watched as it happened. You know, there was in you know, photorealistic video, like we were there. Like, right, your body doesn't understand the difference between, you know, that that you're seeing it on a screen. Like, your body thinks it's real. You know, Pearl Harbor wasn't like that. They may have heard it on the fucking radio or something, or saw it in a newsreel like later, but they weren't watching it as it fucking, you know, they didn't see the fucking second plane hit the tower like I did. And Jesus Christ, who could imagine what the people in New York went through, you know? And it's something that I think to this day we sort of replay the gory details, and sort of, you know, just like World War II or something, you just sort of think about, oh my God, what would that have been like? Oh, what are those people that jumped out of the towers? Jesus Christ. What, you know, I saw this video today that was like describing what it, you know, I mean, like, describing, were they alive when they hit the ground? It's like, Jesus Christ. That's the kind of shit that people, I don't know. We're, you know, it's like the fear of flying. We don't know what it would be like. You know, we don't know what that would feel like. Maybe this is just me. Maybe it's just my own kind of paranoia and fear mongering. But, like, you know, that's part of the war fixation. It's just like, oh my God, you know, what would that be like to step on a fucking landmine or get hit by some, you know, 80 millimeter shell or whatever the fuck it is. God forbid, you know, I'm not, you know, wanting that, but you know, that's like the death drive or something. You just have awareness at all times that there's danger, you know, and thank God, hopefully you make it safely to natural old age death. That's, I think, what everybody wants. You know, it's not, how do you do that? That's the game of life, I guess. You got to play it well. If you're able to live to be 90 and die, you know, with your family by your bedside, it's about as good as you could hope for on this planet. But, you know, a lot of the fucking people that fought in these wars were, like, young kids. They were, you know, a lot of them were teenagers. And most of them were, like, under 25. That's kind of fucking crazy. So, I don't know. There's a lot of conspiracy theories on TikTok about... And I don't... The thing about the internet now is every viewpoint gets fucking aired. No matter what kind of validity it has. There's no fact-checking at all. You're just hearing every kind of fucking theory about everything. And so part of it, right, is why are they sending... you know, like, there are a lot of migrants that have come into the cities, right, over the past year, definitely. And one of the conspiracy theories is they need soldiers to fight a war, right? So they're going to draft a lot of these people into some... I don't know. I mean, who the fuck knows if they're thinking on that big of a scale? Supposedly Russia just moved ships into the Caribbean for the first fucking time. You know, is it all just... You know, is China going to invade Taiwan? Is it all just fucking edging? Are we already in World War III? You know, that's what some people say. Some people say World War III already fucking started. It started on 9/11, or it started in Ukraine, or it started in, these things are all proxy wars and hot zones. Uh, and there's a lot of fucking right wing people on YouTube and on the fucking various platforms who are like pro Russia and anti NATO and anti Zelensky. Zelensky's an actor, right? So is he, supposedly Biden is being played by Jim Carrey. Do people know this one? There are legitimately people on the internet that think Joseph Biden is like a character that's being played by Jim Carrey. Like, how fucking whacked out of your fucking mind. Like, the world is more than just like Jim Carrey memes. Jim Carrey's he's wise. Jim Carrey exposes Hollywood. Jim Carrey's great and everything. Don't get me wrong. Go back and rewatch The Truman Show. I remember the fucking week. I saw a video today, this woman filming her twins seeing each other for the first time. I'm like, this is the fucking Truman Show. Like, the thing about that movie is it's kind of horrific, right? That his birth is shown on television. He's like being exploited. It's like now everybody's just exploiting themselves on the Truman Show of their vlogs. Myself included. I saw there was an article in the goddamn New Yorker magazine. I swear to Christ. Open up another tab. Look at fucking NewYorker.com. The gentle art of, I don't think they use the word vlogging, but like including your parents on social media, or like using your social media. Oh, it's the gentle art of using your parents for content. Meaning filming your parents and putting them on the internet to exploit them, to get clicks, to get views, to get likes. I mean, when I started quote unquote vlogging, first of all, I had a public access TV show. So that was part of it. It was actually going on to regular television, and it still does. I think it airs every Monday night in Brooklyn and Manhattan at 11 p.m. And the idea is it's meant to be artistic. It's not just like content. It's not shitty content where you're just like, okay, here's a day in my life as an influencer in New York. Oh, I go and I get a fucking, mochaccino from this fucking place, and then it's just people eating food, and it's hot chicks eating food and like filming themselves doing it aesthetically. And they all have vocal fry, and they put little I'm going to be a super hater, but the worst videos are just like fit checks, or just like, some little 5-second long video where it's like it's just some chick in some outfit. It's like 500,000 likes. Like, as a man, that option is not available to you. I'm sorry. That's just not going to happen. You can't just post some 5-second video of yourself in some cute little outfit twirling. You're not going to get 500,000 likes for that, okay? You have to be insanely... I don't know. You got to figure something new out. How many videos do I see of, like, bands on TikTok, white guy bands, with 0 likes? Like, nobody wants that shit. Nobody wants to see that shit. You got to think outside the fucking box somehow. 72-year-old boomer watching on TV with YouTube app. Mike at Jersey Shore Bond Street Bar. All right. Open mic in Red Bank. Ilian's Poetry Channel. Okay. I do want to come to New Jersey to do poetry because I've been following the New Jersey Poetry Renaissance on Instagram, on social media, and they have a lot of open mics going on. And I just want to see it. I want to come to the Jersey Shore. I want to go to the Stone Pony and live the Springsteen. I mean, I was into Springsteen in high school. The first time I heard the greatest hits, it sounds like the fucking Jersey Shore. It sounds like Fairground, Calliopes, and Boardwalk, and all of that shit. Carousel, seahorses, and motors, engines, motorcycles, streetlights, neon, hot neon, surfing. That Coney Island smiling face creepy thing that looks like the Joker. proto-Joker. Oh, how am I going to eat my Drizzlicious, my iPhone tripods? Stone Ponies Ashbury. Okay, so Red Bank. I got to come to Red Bank, do an open mic. All right, well, after next Wednesday, I'm kind of summer vacation. That's when summer vacation starts for me. That's when school's out for summer for me. And, yeah, I can't refer to myself as that on this. So hopefully I'll be starting to be able to get around to different open mics and stuff. You know, I usually work and I do every Monday and blah blah blah, and so and then I'm just caught up with other stuff. So I definitely want to make it out and check out the poetry scene out there. So last night I did the potluck at Poetry Project. Check out Count Basie Theater in Red Bank. That sounds dope as hell. I'd love to. I love Count Basie. I gotta come. I mean, that's one of the funnest things about doing this is going on tour would be the ultimate dream. If I could do a never-ending tour style lifestyle like Bob, I think Bob really has it figured out. He's figured out how to monetize his nomadicism. You know, Bob is just traveling. He's just the whole world is his city. I think that would be an ideal for anyone. You know, maybe not everybody wants to travel. You know, you can be sedentary. You can live on the island you live in or whatever. That's fine. But I think I would love to be on tour. I'd love to be, you know, in Manchester with the Eagles or Barry Manilow. I'd love to be in Red Bank at the Count Basie Theater. Hire me. You know, if I get enough audience on the internet, supposedly I'll have new markets that I could go to. But that's why I do open mics. Open mic is instant tour. Everywhere you go is a tour because of open mics. You just go to the open mic and bam, you're on tour. And you're in the mix, you know. You're an ambassador of poetry or whatever art it is. You're a troubadour. You're a traveling minstrel bard at that point. And that's my goal. That's my ultimate goal in life. I don't know how. I mean, I try to be nomadic in New York City. I mean, I'm a super commuter. I'm commuting more than an hour. So I'm your average American super commuter. This is why everybody wants self-driving cars, because they have to drive fucking 75 minutes to work every day in traffic. It's like, yeah, if you have to drive yourself, you know what the fuck a self-driving car is? It's a fucking train. It's called a train. Hook all the cars together, get one car in the front to pull them. There's your self-driving cars. It's absolute idiocy in this country. It drives me insane. I can't handle it anymore. People want self-driving cars because of fucking, hold on, let me pull on, no, I'll watch that one. That's fine. Because they have to drive, they're super commuters. And they, you know. I mean, to be honest, I think that they knew the economy in Manhattan is doing so bad. What, they're going to discourage people from coming to Midtown right now? How much are those restaurants hurting already? And now they're going to charge delivery drivers and shit to go in and out. It's like, forget about it. You know, not everybody in this fucking city is rich. You know, that's the problem, is we're being governed by people who do not understand what money is worth. And how there's this video, this fucking guy, Steve Diamond or Jared Diamond or whatever, one of these fucking douchebags, some hedge fund pirate billionaire fuckface, talking about $20 an hour. If you make $20 an hour, is that 6 figures a year? That's 6 figures, right? It's like, are you out of your fucking mind? Nobody makes 6 figures. It used to be like, you know, middle class. That was like pretty prestige. If you could make 6 figures, it's like, hey, you're doing all right. $20 an hour is $40,000 a year if you work full time. It's like, so they're charging us, you know, every which fucking way but loose, and then some, and we're dying. We're just being killed. They're killing us. And that's the thing about competition that we're not acknowledging, is that competition creates victims. it creates losers. You know, you're mass producing. Okay, wait a minute. Info, no, please continue to chase your dreams. I did not end up spending decades in factories. Shit, okay, what kind of factory? In Jersey? That's like a Springsteen song. Made in the USA. Did you work in the piss factory? Like Patti Smith? Yeah, so they think they can just, oh, we'll just charge everybody congestion pricing. Delivery people, this, that. It's like these offices are already empty. The economy, all these restaurants are going out of business. Supposedly there's going to be a restaurant apocalypse. There's an incoming restaurant apocalypse. It's already like impossible to open a restaurant, but everything's so inflated. I've been saying this since the fucking beginning, okay? Go back, read my shit, watch my vlogs. Auto factories and plastic factories. All right, that's pretty cool. That's a good blue collar. You were able to make a middle class living. Are you a homeowner? Do those jobs exist anymore? Yeah, so fucking I don't know. The city's already dying. Whatever people like about it, the value is they create losers. Competition creates losers. They mass produce losers, and that line from fucking Death of a Salesman really hit the other day about a man is not a piece of fruit, right? That's what capitalism does to you. It juices you and it spits you the fuck out, like Vince McMahon. Mother Nature gets us all in the end, Randy Orton. Get back in the fucking cage match. Get back in the elimination chamber. Don't be such a pussy. Sorry, excuse my language. That was how these guys thought. It's just like you got to be hard ass. You got to work when you're injured. You got to, play when you're sick or whatever. You got to perform when you're sick. And, yeah, capitalism just uses us up and spits us out. Did I offend my viewers? I had all these people watching. My views are down on my lives. I feel like I pissed people off in the chat because I insulted them. I insulted the people in the chat. I don't know. Oh, well. Well, I said I didn't want people to watch. Or say anything in the chat. Maybe that was a mistake. I didn't mean it. I mean, I do mean it, but, like, I don't mean it. I mean, I want people to watch. Living in a studio, wife left after 37 years, sold house, made no money from sale, but still have 3 successful kids. Well, there you go. Yeah. That's about as good as you can hope for in this fucking country, I guess. The frustrating part is there's just so much wealth that gets expropriated from us by the ultra rich. And let me put on one of my vlogs from the other day. I want to put on one of my walk and talks from the other day, just because I want some double. I want to get outside, even though we're trapped inside here. What am I on? I'm on 38, okay. God damn it. Don't take me to YouTube Studio. I don't want to go to YouTube Studio. Okay, here we go. Live, baby. Maybe I talk too much. Uh-oh, message retracted. Okay, now you're not going to show me my... Oh, what happened to my picture? Oh, great. Now we fucked it all up. Look, now I've got like some kind of... Try this again. All right. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Come on now. There we go. All right. Yeah, I like... Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, when you go live, it just goes straight to your YouTube. You don't even, you don't even get a copy of it on your hard drive or anything. It just goes straight there, and it's in the cloud for the surveillance. The CIA, whatever, to know everything about you. I don't know. It's not like it would matter. I mean, no one. The people in this country are so focused on all of the wrong fucking things. They're ignoring the tremendous wealth inequality that has exploded, particularly since the pandemic, through the inflation is just profit gouging. All right, thanks for watching, Bruce. Factory worker. There you go. American American story right there. From New Jersey. We'll make it down to the Red Bank Theater. We're going to come down we're going to invade New Jersey. Poetry invasion. We're coming down the shore. Look for us this summer. We're going to the beach this summer. Poetry hits the beach. And, yeah, so, everybody is squabbling over the minutia of nitpicking pronouns, this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no one is going to be able to own anything. Okay? We're in a techno feudalism, right? They are in a techno feudalism. They them. And I don't know. It's hard to know what to fucking do. There's no future. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe in a few years things will turn themselves around somehow. I don't know. It seems like we are. I mean, how much longer can these guys live? Even if Trump becomes a dictator, he's not gonna live that long, right? He'll probably, hopefully, he'll die. He's eating KFC and fucking McDonald's and shit. There's no way the guy can live that fucking long, right? I don't know, man. But Biden might even be worse. Okay, she's in Dime Square. Ashley's in Dime Square. Goodbye. I'm not in Dime Square, okay? I'm in the opposite of Dime Square. Okay, Ashley, good night. Once again, we're celebrating the 80th anniversary of D-Day. Get a copy of my book, Support the Troops, and good night, Ashley. Support the troops, and make sure to get a copy. Send $19.95 to my Venmo account. Get a copy of War Commercial. Yeah, all the CIA does is make dope movies like Predator. They make ultraviolet movies. They give everybody acid. They make cool art. They fucking started the Paris Review. Everybody wants to be in the Paris Review. Yeah, Ashley's made some pictures with my book that are, nice. Yeah, I got it. We got it. Okay. All right. Now we're cooking, everybody. If you're joining us in progress, we're celebrating D-Day 80th anniversary. We're remembering. If anybody has any stories in the comments, please share your D-Day memories. The Poetry Project. Ashley read. Well, when we got there a little bit late. We didn't want to be the first people there. But when we got there, the whole fucking list was full, but the first slot. So it literally was like, okay, what the fuck? And so I was just like, well, Ashley, why don't you just take the first slot? Because, we want to make sure you'll get on. I've done it a couple times, and, to me, it's like I'm kind of debatably too old to do it. I'm kind of like, what is this? I'm like, the guy who failed a couple grades and is still in high school or something. I'm reading at the fucking volunteer reading. It's kind of pathetic. But I also see myself as like, okay, Ashley, good night. I see myself as like a, okay, love you, Ashley, good night. You just can't win with Ashley. You cannot win. Um, okay. I'm too old, but I'm like a transitional figure between, the younger people and the old people, who have been there for a while or whatever. And so, I don't know. Ashley signed up first, and I put myself like under the last slot, because I just figured, what the fuck? I don't know. I didn't, I wanted to do it. I definitely like was planning on doing it, but it's also like, okay, if I didn't get to do it, it wasn't gonna be like, everybody was. It was, it was pretty well appointed. I gotta say. I mean, everybody was pretty young and hip. I didn't really, I mean, I was sort of sequestered with Ashley, but we were, Philip was there. We were hanging out with Philip, so it was cool, They had a garden open. It was nice. We were hanging out in the garden, and I don't know. I just picked a. Well, they supposedly they said keep it to 1 to 2 minutes, and then it was like I was like, oh fuck, that's I'll just do one thing. I'll get up and down, and then everybody ended up doing 5 minutes. So it was nice. It was nice. It was kind of like, it was nice that it was paced like that. Everybody kind of you got to see people and see who they were, and that's what's cool about open mic type things or readings is like it's kind of it's like speed dating. You get to know a lot of people really fast. You get to see, sort of like a micro window. Poetry is just like a window into, because it's such a niche thing that if you're interested in it, we're probably going to connect maybe, or, your poetics and the way that you read and what you present are going to tell me a lot about if I fuck with you or not, probably. I don't know. It is sort of, that's why I think more people should get into it. As we're going into this virtual world and people are losing third spaces and they're like, how do I meet people in, like one of the things that I see, I haven't used online dating in a long fucking time. It doesn't work. Look, you have to acknowledge that it's a hookup app, okay? Once you acknowledge that it's a hookup app, then it's very utilitarian and you use it for that purpose. If that's not what you're interested in, you are fucking deluding yourself. You should not meet your future husband on a fucking algorithm, or whatever the fuck. We do not trust these tech companies, and it's just sleazy. You really want to swipe through the fucking, this gross masses of people, and you don't know where this fucking person has been. There's no romance to it, and there's no chemistry to it. It's like, I believe in magic. I believe in synchronicity. I believe in coincidence. I believe that things happen for a reason. And if you can't engineer that through fucking an app. I mean, whatever. If you met your husband, whatever, through a fucking app, good for you. But to me, I want to meet cute, okay? I want a Nora Ephron style, fucking bookstore thing or a cafe, whatever. Strike up I mean, that's what, not to go into this, but that's what RSD is about, is sort of about how, because people have been discouraging men so much for the past decade, or most of the decade, that guys are afraid to approach anymore, right? They're scared, frankly. And who could blame them? But it's also like, well, how are you going to meet somebody? There's this crisis of like, how do you meet? Or a lot of people are just like giving up on dating, right? I gave up on dating. Men suck. Women suck. Blah blah blah. It's like, just start doing open mics, or whatever the fuck your passion is. Do that, and you'll meet somebody. It's like, do what you love. You'll meet somebody that you have everything in common with. It just makes sense. They love that thing too, whatever the fuck that thing is. If it's gardening, if you love gardening, you get involved with gardening, you're probably going to meet people who are into gardening. And then, as long as you share common activities with somebody, I think that's a huge, I don't know, maybe that's just my mistake. Maybe I should date a fucking nurse or something. The weird part about my life is like, it's not that I didn't necessarily date artists, but like the people that I did date were pretty norm. They were more like normies, you know. They were like nurses or whatever the fuck, you know. They weren't really like until about, I don't know, 2015 or something, when I really committed, you know. And then when I really committed and put myself on the line artistically, that's when I started dating artist chicks. I don't know, because it's just like I was in that world, you know, like, and I was around people that had a similar interest. This is why I moved to New York, right? Because it's a literary place. I wanted to be around people that were interested in that, people who read, people who cared passionately about books, and you know, were smart about it and good at writing, and you know, wanted to have conversations about it, and theater and this and that, but like the good shit, you know, not just like. And you know, there is a lot of banality in New York now. It's like Disney, Glee, fucking New York, and like sanitized, suburbanized. You know, white people have taken over Brooklyn, and they're okay with it. Put a Whole Foods everywhere. You know, that's part of imperialism. Put the Whole Foods there. Once the Whole Foods that is in the neighborhood, then the condo, you know, the condo buildings, and then the white people have a stronghold. They can get food, they can get their rations from Jeff Bezos, their corporate feudal overlord, and have their avant-garde poetry careers or whatever. And I don't know, all these fucking lame ass people with their. Just because you're doing music in New York does not mean you're good or interesting. You know, it's like I think it's tipped. Something happened in New York where like it's no longer. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of interesting artists here, and there's a lot of amazing people doing amazing stuff. But there's also a lot of bland Taylor Swift fucking replica kind of dog shit. There's a lot of generic lame people that from South Florida that should not be here, or wherever the fuck, you know. It's they've taken over Brooklyn. Just because you live in Bushwick does not mean you're edgy. You know, just because your neighborhood kind of looks edgy, it's like a set. In fact, there's all these sound stages and shit there now because all these people are fucking PAs and shit. That doesn't make you Patti Smith. Doesn't make you Just Kids. And it's just a homogenized, safe, uninteresting. There's no edge, or I don't know. The edge is still there, but there's also a lot of kind of just like Walmart. There's a lot of Walmart everywhere. I feel it. You just feel these kind of mass-produced people, man. You know, there's so many souls now from the guff, right? They're kind of diluted, maybe. You know, are the souls less, uh, you know, gigantic than they were? Are they less monumental? I don't know. I don't know. I do want to check out the East River Esplanade. Apparently, they opened the East River Esplanade, so I do want to make my way over there. Um, we're trying our hardest to keep the culture alive, keep things interesting, and experimental, and weird, improvisational, and inspired, and working at the top of our intelligence. Blah 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 blah. Getting no likes, getting very few views or clicks or anything, but that's okay. I mean, you know, I think there was something about, you know, in the 50s when all these guys started to get famous, it was like these artists and shit, it hadn't even occurred to them to like make art for like a mass audience. You know, when de Kooning or whatever started to get, you know, it was just like, oh, okay. A lot of people like what I'm doing. That's kind of weird. Okay, fine. But that's not really why they were doing it. We're just in this crushing, you know, it just it feels like people should be able to make peace with like their practice and their journey. You know, open mics are a great place for that. They're a great place to come and share, to meet people, to see who they are, to hear real perspectives, a multitude of actual people's perspectives, not just somebody in the fucking media or somebody on TV or somebody famous. You know, you're hearing the manifest of like the streets and the populace. You know, you're just hearing people come out of their houses, just normal people. People, you know, they might have some kind of, you know, small town clout or mid level clout, or they might be featured in the fucking inspired word or whatever. But, you know, they're just like us. And, you know, we live with 8 billion people. Everybody should feel like what they're doing is useful and valid, and should be able to articulate their practice and their craft as much as possible, that it actually does become interesting and masterful. And everybody has the right and the ability to do that. You know, we're living in this lie that certain people are the most talented and they're the only ones worth listening to, and we've got to hear the same fucking classic rock songs and shit for the rest of our lives. Just blanketed boomer bullshit. And it's like, we make our own music, we make our own poetry. That is our entertainment. You know, listening to each other in cabarets and in back rooms and bars. Hearing our friends, publishing our friends, making movies with our friends, having children, homeschooling our children together, in joint houses that we have to buy together. We have to pool our money and because we can no longer afford to buy property alone. We're super commuting. I think I'm ready to live in an RV. Apparently, you can. One of the things you should do is go to auctions. If you go to some of these like property auctions, you can buy land for like very cheap. I saw somebody said they bought like a couple acres for $700. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I'm about ready to just buy some land and put. I mean, that would be kind of nice to have. Just buy some land, put a fucking RV on it, and just let me hole up and you know, stream from there. Then maybe I'd get famous. Oh my God, this guy's got this RV in the middle of the fucking wilderness. Look, he's a survivalist. He's a prepper. Here's a 600,000 subscribers all of a sudden. Nobody gives a fuck about my no preparation, no interface, shitheel Brooklyn poetry vlogs. Except 2 people, God bless you for watching, but not liking or anything. Would it kill anybody to hit the fucking like button? I'm just kidding. I know that, you know, the thing is, that is significant. You know, you don't need 8 million fucking people or a billion people to see you. You know, it's actually kind of amazing when you can feel the resonance of what you're doing, like personally going through like people that are just kind of around you or people that you know. You know, not to be narcissistic about that. I mean, it's a two-way street, and like we're all resonating and learning and growing. I think that's what's important about a community, right? Is like there's this calibration and not necessarily like checking, but you know, the community kind of pings off each other and influences each other and can give each other ideas and you know, giving people awareness of each other. That can help your self-esteem. That can help make you feel real. I mean, even doing this thing last night, you know, I didn't necessarily feel like I absolutely crushed. I did a gummy beforehand. I had a peach mango, courtesy of the Wolfman librarian, Dr. Wolfman, and Dr. Marinovich. And there is not a forensic scientist in the world. Back and to the left. I was happy. You know, it just felt like such an amazing ceremony, and to be a part of it, to share. You know, I've done enough readings recently in kind of like, you know, more high stakes kind of situations or something, so I've kind of learned more about what I can do that works, and I feel a little bit more comfortable. I don't feel like I have to overdo it or like try over, now I'm a little bit more kind of secure, and I don't get as nervous about every little thing that I'm saying if people are going to get offended or this or that. I know what I want to present. And I've already fucking people know who I am sort of at this point. If anybody's watched my live streams, chances are a lot of people I know have maybe clicked them once or twice or once probably. But also my poetry, it's incredibly cringe and too TMI. And there's a lot in it that I don't even necessarily agree with, and I wouldn't even, it's just like, it's just in there. Somebody has to break the fucking boundaries. Somebody has to, I do think there's just too much safety. That was there is a certain amount of pandering that goes on, and particularly with certain political issues, it's become like a tag or a trendy thing, like with the Palestine thing. Like, I think it's good that the word is out about this and people support this cause, but a lot of people are just like jumping on the bandwagon because it's cool at their fucking school or whatever, and they want to get applause for saying it or this or that, and so that's not necessarily like a deeply held belief or something. You can kind of see that in people's work. You can kind of see how long they've been working and the depth of it, and but you never know what effect you've had on, when you go out and read. There's 80 people in the room. They're all gonna have an experience like fucking Wallace Stevens, right? What is it? 33 what is the one about the blackbird? 33 ways of looking at a blackbird or whatever. There's 33 different I don't know. He's got some fucking poem about, there's 80 people in the room. There's 80 different readings happening. There's 80 different stories. And so you never know, A lot of times you think you bomb or something, and if even one person tells you you did a good job, it can give you confidence to go into the next thing. I know for me, I don't get compliments that often, I don't. So it's like it means a lot, and it's fuel. But you got to earn it, I guess. It just it feels like there's a lot of pandering and placating, and people want to hear what confirms their beliefs, and I don't know. You got to impress them. We're living in the competition culture. We're mass producing victims. We're mass producing people that think that they're not good enough, that they're going to be failures, that they're I mean, how many people are chasing their dreams? That's something that I think was encouraged in our generation, maybe a lot more than in previous generations. They told us to follow our dreams, all the Disney movies and shit. And does that mean you're not going to be able to have kids? Does that mean you're going to come out of, whatever school, fucking thousands of dollars in debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt? Is that what chasing your dreams is about? Rather than working in an office all the time? Well, the guy earlier said he was like a factory worker or something, and it wasn't that exciting or something, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe that's not a bad fucking decision. To just, like, buy a fucking house and, actually have your own fucking place and be able to. I mean, it would just be so nice to have any kind of housing security and just be able to move your furniture in a place, and some place that was cozy and functional, not some new renovated garbage. I mean, even all these glass towers, these condo towers and shit, it's like there's no durability, there's no longevity to any of this stuff. It's like if the wind blew that glass out, it'd be rendered totally functionless. They'll probably look like abandoned fucking apartment buildings, 50 years from now. I saw these videos from East St. Louis. They'll probably look like that. It looked like East fucking St. Louis. All right. Does anybody have any questions in the comments or suggestions? Did you see Biden poop his pants today on D-Day? So apparently, well, there's this thing circulating that's like the CIA and the Department of Defense was intimately involved with these films, the making of these films, and it's like, I mean, things like Top Gun, I would say, like, definitely, like, Top Gun. Adam S., my man. Top Gun is definitely a commercial for, like, the Navy. In Pearl Harbor, shit like that. Pearl Harbor is definitely, like, a commercial for 9/11. It was, like, a pre-9/11 kind of mass hypnosis. But, like, just because the fucking... I mean... Was the Department of Defense intimately involved with Full Metal Jacket because fucking Arlie Ermey was like a consultant? Like, yeah, I guess, but were they manipulating that film to like for their message or something? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Like just because they were fucking involved with it, it's all fucking violent propaganda. To be honest, all these fucking superhero. There you go. Top Gun homosexual. Superman is a golem, right? Like Cavalier and Clay. I read Cavalier and Clay. It's, well, supposedly the Department of Defense and shit was involved with the Marvel movies, Iron Man. I mean, Captain America, for Christ's sakes. There you go. Yeah, right. In order to access military... Well, they have consultants and a shit like this that, like, help them... like Saving Private Ryan had all these fucking guys that, like, sort of discussed... how it went down, and sort of they have these fucking camps that the actors go to where they like train them to fucking, be soldiers and shit. They do boot camp. Tom Hanks does boot camp for like 8 days. Oh my God, fucking insane. Tom Hanks was in boot camp. Ben Affleck said he quit some movie because they want him to do fucking boot camp. I think Pearl Harbor, or he just quit the boot camp. He's like, I'm not doing this. I gotta go get some Dunkin' Donuts and some smokes. Platoon, I'm sure Platoon was probably, because Oliver Stone was in fucking Vietnam. So I'm sure Platoon was fucking, but, I haven't seen Platoon. I should watch Platoon, but if you watch Platoon, do you get the impression that it's like pro fucking war? I don't know, like pro United States military industrial. Yeah, okay. All Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah. Paths of Glory, for Christ's sakes. There you go. Platoon, anti-war. Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, well, that's the thing about, like, these conspiracy theories about, oh, the CIA does this, is, like, there definitely are things that are, like, planned, and they're trying to brainwash people, and it's fucking working. I think it's like misdirections. Like people aren't actually looking in that direction. They're like, oh, the CIA made fucking, Saving or whatever the fucks, yeah, I'm a conscientious objector. It's like, well, I don't know. It's like there are kind of more insidious things happening in broad daylight. Like this thing with the prisoners. They charge the prisoners $50 a fucking day to be in prison. It's like, that's absolutely cruel and unusual. But it's all advertising for... Well, supposedly there were fucking recruiters waiting outside the theaters of Top Gun, and recruitment went up 500%, they said. Because people who had just walked out of Top Gun were so jacked, they just couldn't wait to get in the fucking Navy and, like, sing fucking the Righteous Brothers. And have gay sex, apparently, while they're playing volleyball. I've heard the thing about... Well, Tarantino has a monologue about how Top Gun is gay. It's gay-coded, which is fine. I mean, we should watch it for pride. A lot of fucking... I mean, let's face it, a lot of people in the Navy are... it's like the Village People song. Yeah. Not everybody, but, like, there's people that are, Don't ask, don't tell, okay? We'll just leave it at that, okay? Don't ask, don't tell. I mean, I think they're more progressive than that now, but yeah. People are stoked. I mean, Tom Cruise definitely is like, this kind of war machine. I mean, shit like James Bond, it's like it's all fucking uh brainwashing. Military like prison. Yeah, right. So, I don't know. Supposedly, what is it? The fucking Saudis are like taking themselves off the petrodollar June 9th. This is like some massive change as well. Big things are afoot. It feels like. It feels like there's some kind of tectonic shifts happening kind of in the undercarriage of the global order. Biden shit his pants on D-Day. That seems portentous. It seems just like a perfect metaphor. They said Biden visiting D-Day is like it wraps up kind of, is that signaling the end of American kind of imperialist superpower number one status post-war? Is that the kind of book? Because it's kind of an interesting metaphor. I mean, this dude is so fucking old and like, to be honest, it's not even the age. There's a lot of 81 year, like, look at Mick Jagger. Look at fucking, can we look at, why isn't Biden, get Biden on the Mick Jagger fucking workout? Because Mick Jagger is like 80, he's the same age. And he's out there every fucking night, like running his ass off. They're playing new, they're varying the set list every night. They're playing songs they've never played before. I mean, the guy's having fucking children and shit. It's like he's 80 years old. And it's like, it's not that Biden is old. It's that he's clearly like slow. To put it like politely. Like, if that's not to say, and it's beginning to be like, is he even all there? Or, is he all there all the time? And so it's like, if you're the fucking president, I mean, I get it. Like, it is an administration, but, he, unlike some of these presidents, he does seem like he's actively a part of it. He's not like George W. Bush or Reagan, where they're sort of the head of, I mean, he is like the head of this team, but like, you also definitely get the vibe that like, he's sort of calling the shots or in there like throwing elbows and shit. He's meeting with world leaders and shit. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's like, he was the Corvette guy in the fucking Aviators, in the Onion fucking meme. He was like this kind of slick, like the Sting or something. He was, somehow they made Joseph Biden cool during the Obama era. Don't ask me how. It's crazy how, the Bush era was fucking bleak and it felt like Armageddon. It really did feel like this just like biblical, just fucking scorched earth thing. But then Biden is played by Jim Carrey. He's an actor. Jim Carrey's playing Joseph Biden. You haven't heard about this? But then Obama got elected, and it was just like, holy shit. It was just like somebody had hit a light switch, and it's like, wow, we've got the first black president, which nobody thought would happen, like, really. It seemed like real, and to be honest, it was a pretty good time, I gotta say. I had a good time, for the most part, during the Obama era. It was pretty chill, It's like, everybody was chill, America was, like, pretty cool. It's like we had gone from 9/11 sort of fucking, hellfire vengeance, biblical, cowboy fucking dumbass, to, like, this guy whose name was Barry Hussein Obama. Obama's like one, and he killed Osama bin Laden. I mean, he did it all. I mean, I know people hate Obama because of the drones and shit, but he didn't stop the wars. Like, Obama's fucked up, but, I mean, it was a little more chill, it sort of felt like, compared to fucking, yeah. Yeah, when Trump happened, every goddamn thing just went berserk in a way that just was really not necessary. You know, it would have been interesting to see how things like social media and Twitter would have played out without Trump. You know, did those things like enable Trump? Did Facebook? I mean, I know it did, but like, let's say Donald Trump as a person did not exist. You know, would anybody else have weaponized that shit and activated it like against each other? You know, it feels like all Instagram does and Facebook and all it does is like split people and antagonize people against each other. And it's like Trump dialed up the engagement, right? They found out that if you get somebody that everybody thinks is Hitler fucking, you know, in the spotlight all fucking day, every day, it just, everybody's fucking tweeting about it. Everybody's making it fueled content to some degree. You know, when Barack Obama was president, there really wasn't like that kind of political engagement. It was sort of like, that was my attitude to the president. It's like, we just need somebody responsible in there who knows what the fuck they're doing. And like, then we don't need to worry about it for for the next 7 years. When you elect Donald Trump, it's like, oh my God, like, we really want to argue about this and think about this every fucking second of, you know, and live in fear for the next 4 years and like have this guy who's basically like some kind of neighborhood bully, like giving us a fucking swirly for 4 years. You know, it's just like an Indian burn. He's giving us a noogie. It felt like getting a fucking noogie. But it's like everything became so goddamn vitriolic, and Trump was definitely funny, okay? I will admit that. Like, okay, like, maybe there's something to be said for not being completely, like, to be honest, what's so fucked about Trump is the mechanism is, if you try to cut people out of your life, or if you try to just, like, dismiss somebody for liking Trump, that doesn't change their mind. It just, like, separates you from them, and, like, it makes them dig in their heels more. They like Trump even more. And so it's like all these people that really maybe didn't have, like with Bush, it wasn't like that. If you found out somebody voted for Bush or something, I mean, I didn't like that person, but most people, like, it wasn't like the deal breaker, like, oh, I'm cutting this person out of my life because they voted for George W. Bush. Whereas, like, with Trump, it was definitely like that. It was like, we don't respect you. You are subhuman trash. You're deplorables, right? And maybe that wasn't the best attitude to take. It felt like just trying to, like, stuff some kind of monster back in the closet or something. It's like, you can't really do that. You made this thing. It's real. And you got to understand, like, the real human feelings, why people, you know, he was funny, right? The dude was fucking funny. He was on TV for 20 fucking years. NBC is culpable, you know? They fucking trained this guy. They were a big part of making him a household name and making him sort of a beloved. He's in fucking Home Alone 2. He's on Pizza Hut commercials. Like, he was like fucking Ringo or something, you know? He's that, and, you know, that's as American as it gets. You know, he is pop culture. He is a grifter, and he's a showman, you know? So it's like, he's funny, but, like, at what cost? He's mean. He's funny because he just, like, brings down this, like, sledgehammer of, like, bluntness and, like, saying shit that you're really not supposed to say about people because you're being polite. You know, you're not really supposed to be like Rosie O'Donnell is fucking, you know, fat or whatever. You're not really supposed to do that. Yeah, he was in WWE. Well, that's another thing everybody fucking says on the internet is politics is wrestling. You know, is it all just scripted? You know, is it all just, oh, here's something I wanted to fucking talk about. I don't know if people know about this, but apparently in the Mexican presidential fucking campaign, like something insane, like 37 candidates were fucking killed. Do people know about this? This is absolutely fucking bonkers to me. 37. Like, not one or two or three or four or five or six or seven or blah, blah, blah. 30, it was like over fucking 30 candidates were killed in the fucking campaign, like, because they were running for president. Like, I guess it's a kind of a regular thing because of the cartels and shit. If you do anything against the cartels, they'll just kill you. But that is kind of fucking insane to me. And apparently the peso has been the strongest currency over the last 18 months. So Mexico kind of, yeah, exactly. If fucking, we can't even get Trump killed. Or Biden. We can't get either one of them killed. We'd love to kill these assholes. Kill them all. Could we kill, like, the first 37 people in line for the president? Maybe we'll get to somebody good. Who do we have to kill until Bernie becomes president? Let's kill everybody we have to kill until Bernie is the president. That sounds like the solution to me. They're doing it in Mexico. We're better than them. Mexico's not supposed to be outdoing us. Apparently, Mexico consumes way more Coca-Cola than any other country in the world. I guess because, like, they make so much Coca-Cola there that, like, it's easier to get Coca-Cola than water. That's kind of fucked up. But, yeah, they've killed 37 candidates. That is absolutely fucking nuts. And I never, you know, you'd think you would have heard about it on the news, like, oh, 6 candidates have died. This is crazy. Oh my God, 7 candidates. I just heard about it, and they've already mowed through 37 fucking people. I mean, I'm not exactly how the fuck the shit goes down, like where the line is drawn on that. I'm not sure who they're propping up. But they seem passionate about it. They seem like they really care. Whatever it is they care about, they fucking really care about. I think they just want to keep sending illegals here. That's what they, you know, they want to keep sending drugs and illegals here, I guess. It's, you know, their economy's doing great. So whatever they're doing, it's working. Keep killing them. You know? They just elected, like, the first Jewish woman president. The peso's doing great. Their economy, I guess, is, like, strong. A lot of people are saying, like, Mexico is the place to move. To get out of this insane country. But I don't know. If 37 fucking presidential candidates are being murdered, that seems like it's kind of, you know, newsworthy and indicative of something. It seems like it's indicative. That's symptomatic of, like, a bigger problem. I mean, I can't even think of any. I mean, there was that one woman in Arizona who got shot. But I think it's been a while since there's been a assassination. I can't believe no one is. How is the deep state not taking out Trump? I thought for sure he was going to get. I think there's just a lot of people that like what he's doing. They love what he's doing. He's the best thing that ever happened to him, you know, in a lot of ways. But, it's like ancient Rome. I mean, well, that's kind of what they said, right? The reason Rome fell, their army was, like, overstretched. They couldn't afford it anymore. All the debt, you know, servicing our debt is so much, you know, it's like $1 trillion in interest a year. I don't know. It just, we're being victimized for financial gain of the shareholders. And we're all gonna die. Unless you figure out how to get rich somehow. But competition is fierce here in America. And, I mean, I think it's just plain to see that, you know, everything that we were told growing up about America is the number one country in the fucking world or whatever. It's like anybody can tell that that's not true anymore. And so it's like, it seems like that's a place where people would be open to changing things and wanting to get out of that. I think everybody does acknowledge that we are like trapped in the system. And like Biden, that's what's so surreal about it, is he's just being like forced down our throat. It makes it so obvious. You know, whatever people said about Hillary, you know, cheated Bernie or this and that, or the DNC cheated Bernie, it's like the Biden thing kind of makes it obvious because he's not really a candidate that anybody wanted. I mean, at least not, maybe the people who like just believe since he's the vice president and all this shit, he's the best candidate, but like, it really does just seem like it's the DNC's choice. He's the number one guy in the ladder. He's got seniority. Hillary lost, so we're going to run him because it's his turn. He's been waiting. He was VP for Obama. He still wants to be president, even though he's fucking 80 years old. It's like he's got seniority. It's his fucking term. And so we're going to run this guy, even though everybody knows he fucking shit his pants on D-Day. And you know, I don't know. I don't necessarily look at the last 4 years and think this guy has done a horrible fucking job. I think it's the opposite. Well, the thing is, I do think there's something to the idea that like they'll do whatever they have to do to make it seem like the country sucks, so we'll vote for the opposite. You know, it's like if gas prices are insane or, you know, like inflation, everything's so expensive, well, all the voters are going to be like, well, this sucks and let's get somebody else. So it's like, you know, if they keep inflation high, they make money and it benefits them politically because it's like, well, everybody's unhappy because the cost of living and the quality of living is so poor. And, you know, the economy, you know, it's like there's two economies. It's really like there's like this financial apartheid or like segregation where it's like they've perfected they've gamed the system to the point where like the Dow is higher than it's ever been and rich people are making more fucking money than ever, and yet everybody else is like destitute and worse off than ever. So it's like, yeah, okay, in one sense, like the economy is doing like great because they figured out how to send all the money into that and all the focus into that. It's got nothing to do with like what the economy is actually a measure of, which is like, you know, just like the way of the world, how we fucking comport ourselves, restaurants, you know, transportation, places to live. That's what the economy is fucking for. It's not this, you know, board game that like they take all the money from that and play this simulation of fucking betting on what, you know, what's going to be a popular business like it's fucking racehorses or something. Like, ooh, Nvidia stock. You got to buy fucking Nvidia stock right now because this fucking AI thing is going to explode 5 years from now. You know, Nvidia is going to be Google. You want to get in on this now? Let's give Elon Musk $56 billion stock buyback because he's such a fucking genius. Let's crank that Tesla stock because this shit is going to be so valuable because they're not a car company. They're an AI company or they're a fucking, you know, whatever they claim. It's like they figured out a way to like pacify all of us with sort of by stealing all of like the content. They've disembodied, you know, it's like that's like one of the pleasures of our lives, right? It's like movies, music. So they stole all of that and they pacify us with that. It's like you get any fucking intangible video sound thing you ever could possibly want for free or through some kind of streaming or whatever. Google it. You'll find it on the first fucking page of anything. You can watch any movie ever for free. You don't even have to fucking stream it. But then, like, anything fucking tangible and, like, there's a finite number of, it's like, we don't get that. That's going to be owned by private equity. That's going to go to, you know, it's vintage clothes are now, like, upcycled. So you can't even fucking buy like cheap, cool fucking clothes or furniture or anything. I saw like fucking Nintendo games were going for like hundreds of dollars. Like fucking Super Nintendo games and shit. It's like, holy shit. I guess it makes sense there would be a day would come when that stuff would be that expensive. But uh it's like none of the wealth that's being created is going to like servicing any of that stuff. Like our fucking infrastructure has fallen apart. We've been left way behind. There's no fucking high-speed rail in this country. Look at the fucking subway. They tried to build these fucking barrier. So I don't. How much can rich people like separate themselves from that and sort of like dissociate themselves from that before they realize like, okay, the whole reason they wanted to buy into New York is, it's like all the value's gone. It sucks now. Everything's a Popeye's chicken or a fucking, Target on Avenue A. It's fucking corny. And where are the artists, And we're not being given time and resources that we need to develop. Everybody's a super commuter. The fabric is kind of frayed. And we're supposed to move it all online where they can monetize it, where they can keep an eye on it. They can hear what we're saying. They can decide who gets to see it, how many people get to see it. And they'll charge us for that. It's just like advertising. Pretty soon it's like, well, if I want to be seen in a fucking newspaper or something, I got to pay. How is it going to be any different on Instagram? Sooner or later, they'll come to the same conclusion where it's like, it'll be a subscription service, just like streaming. It's like I have to pay a certain amount a year to use it, to get seen, If I want people to see my fucking posts, I'll have to pay. It's like, not that I give a fuck, but it just drives me insane. It drives me insane because these things are just tools, They could be used wisely to just like make our lives really great rather than to make us suffer. To get in there with the little tweezers and, nitpick our weak points and our Achilles heels, really figure out, where our psychological damage is. I'm trying to figure out what TikTok thinks I am. It shows me all these things about narcissistic parents or something, but it's like, I don't know. I don't necessarily. Why does TikTok think I have that? And I don't know. Narcissism is so like encouraged. It's just the fuel of everything now. It's just like everybody's fucking posting pictures of them goddamn selves, and they're turning their parents into content. I mean, when I started filming fucking my vlogs, I never called them vlogs until Ashley started to say vlogs. To me, it's I don't know. It's my TV show. It's my reality show. It's scenes from a life. And so I was trying to be ethical about filming my family and stuff. I did not do it extensively, filming him and putting on the internet. It was looked at as kind of weird, right? My family was cool about it, but it was also kind of like, it's just, I guess there's a candor to it. Like with the internet, right? I think one of the big fears is this lasts forever, and it's if you put something embarrassing on the internet, that's all the internet is fucking embarrassing videos of ourselves. Us trying to be like artists and failing. Like this. There's tons of embarrassing. That's all my YouTube is. It's just like embarrassing fucking just mountains of embarrassing content. Cringe. It's all fucking cringe. But I don't know. I mean, it's in the eye of the beholder. Everybody hates the sound of their own voice, right? And so the ethics of this, I don't think have really sorted themselves out. I mean, I remember a guy had a Twitter account, Shit My Dad Says. I don't know if people remember that, Shit My Dad Says, but they turned it into his sitcom with William Shatner. This guy literally sold his fucking Twitter account. I think he wrote a book because it was like, I don't know. At that point, it was like, I don't know, dad rock became a genre and dad bod. And that was the way that people kind of like affectionately, ironically, like compartmentalized like their dads or something. Or I don't know. I think 9/11 put us in this kind of weird arrested development. And like dad bod, I think, was a response to 9/11. I think everybody came fat, you know. Everybody was eating fast food and drinking beer, and had inflammation. So everybody got super puffy, and like had dad bod, and so they had to make that seem sexy somehow. And everybody in this country is obese and morbidly obese, and because the food is terrible, it's literally poison, and everybody has inflammation, and that shit should be illegal. Biden should be talking about that instead of shitting his pants on D-Day. You're the president, for Christ's sakes. Have some fucking dignity. This is D-Day. Men lost their lives. Thousands of men died in the fucking shallow water of Omaha Beach. And you come and shit your pants? It's time to hang it up. That's a good indication. It's time to call it a day, Joe. I think you should Lyndon Johnson this one. You should get on the news and you should LBJ that shit. You should respectfully bow out. We'll find somebody. Don't worry. Don't worry about us. We'll figure it out. Anybody. Anybody would poll higher, probably. I don't know. I'm ready for Kamala. I don't care if I don't know. She's a female of color. I think that's significant. Anybody. Trump is going to get like 2 or 3 more Supreme Court justices. It will be checkmate. Okay? If Trump gets reelected, it's checkmate on America. Okay? It's pretty much that clear. I mean, I have Trump derangement syndrome, but that's my 2 cents. Okay? And I don't know. Maybe that'll be good for some people. Some people will probably do very well in the Trump dictatorship. They'll probably do very well. And, other people not so much. But, what the hell was I just talking about? The Bible. Yeah, I don't know. So the thing that worries me about Biden is the war thing. There was this video of him in 1998 talking about how we should go into Iraq. It's like that was before 9/11. And Biden does seem like a fucking war hawk in a way that seems... Love you, Ashley. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah, so exploiting your parents for, I just said it. I just said it. You're not getting another one. I said it, rewind it, and watch it, okay? I did say it. Yeah, filming your parents, exploiting your parents for content. Now everybody does it. Now everybody's fucking filming their parents and putting it on the internet. Now it's like a gold rush of who can just like of cringe. Everyone is just posting fucking cringe shit. Everyone is trying to fucking like be somebody on TikTok, be somebody on fucking, let me post reels of my fucking stand up. Let me post reels of my podcast that looks like every other fucking person's podcasts. Why does everybody copy each other? It's like, oh, we all have to get headphones and like we're holding the microphones and we're sitting in chairs in like our apartment and we're like cutting back and forth. Bam Margera. Yeah, the way he treated Phil in April. That was parental abuse. Well, I heard somebody say that tomorrow, yes, Ashley, I'll see you tomorrow. Somebody say that, like, the sitcom dads, portrayed men as buffoons, like Homer Simpson, Al Bundy, Married with Children, Family Guy. There was all of a sudden all these dads on TV that were, like, stupid as hell and kind of the buffoon of the family. Somebody said, well, that was the beginning of the end. I think Trump is sort of like that. He's funny, right? He is funny. He basically does stand-up. He does this, to be honest. He goes up and he fucking riffs. He does live streams. It's just he fucking has his rallies. He does live club dates. He's on tour like the fucking Eagles. He's an act. He was on TV. He's famous. It's like Broadway. People just want to see famous people. It's like, oh, it's fucking Trump coming to, like, bumfuck Iowa. Like, yeah. We've never had a celebrity here before except Brooks and Dunn. Those are my people, okay? I'm allowed to make fun of them because they're my people. But he roasts people. I mean, that's why I'm so suspicious of, like, the Shane Gillis. Now everybody's doing Trump impressions. The Shane Gillis kind of, like, rescuing and, like, they all love Trump. Right? Trump was at fucking UFC with Dana White, the president. Of course they love him. They're all fucking want to see people beat each other. Hey, I watch wrestling. That's civilized. That's theater. UFC is just bread and circuses. That's brutal and cruel and unusual. That's animalistic. Pro wrestling, now that's scripted, that's some thought went into that. It's choreographed. That's like a night at the opera. But yeah, Trump, didn't Shane Gillis have a picture with Trump? It's like, because he's just like them, he's roast people. That's why his racism, saying Obama is from Kenya or anchor babies, like, that's just shit that makes people laugh. Is that why? Why? Because it's such a hideous, Obama is from Kenya. We want to see his birth certificate. It's like, or we're going to make them build a wall and we're going to make them pay for it. It's like, that's so startlingly fucking, like, I mean, it's vivid. It's stolen. Most of his ideas are stolen. Which, that's pop art. That's Andy Warhol. I mean, that's why Trump is like this kind of weird, one-of-a-kind creation of the American kind of zeitgeist. He is such a combination of all these kind of, like, iconic American things. New York real estate, NBC, mafia, Wall Street, Gordon Gekko, golf, cheating at golf, Miss Universe pageant, paying off porn stars. I don't know what about it makes it funny. I don't know why it's funny. That's kind of what I'm trying to, like, figure out is, like, because is it wrong that I laugh at it? This is why I think people do not like laugh at stand-up comedians and take it so seriously, is because they are holding that in check. If you make a joke about anchor babies or whatever, or illegals or whatever it is, half the room is going to tense up and be like, no, we will not laugh at this. And, I mean, at the reading last night, the audience was not tense at all, but you could tell that the audience was thinking politically. Very much so. The poetry was very, for lack of a better word, there was like a woke consensus. You could feel that. It wasn't like a comedy club, it's not like fucking Gutfield or Bill Maher or whatever. It's like, if you say the wrong shit, people are going to retract and they're going to fucking judge you. Especially if you're a white guy. They are definitely going to feel okay about judging you and thinking that you're a douchebag and making fun of you, probably even. But, you know, he did a roast. He definitely learned from all of that shit. You know, he learned from all of that. Roy Cohen. You know, I'm interested to see the Jeremy Strong Roy Cohen. Because it's Angels in America, right? I saw a video about, you know, the brilliance of Tony Kushner was he tied all these strings together that needed to be tied. AIDS, Reagan, right? You know, that kind of era. Ain't, you know, whatever, the Rosenbergs. He tied all these kind of things together and he showed them to people. You know, that the public needed that. You know, in order for the public to have, you know, that is the power of storytelling, I guess. But God, it just made me think, like, I wish somebody would do that for now. Like, why can't somebody tie all this together? You know, like, all of these things are related, and we are living in this, like, apocalyptic kind of downfall or something. It feels that way. It's just, my question is, how long will it last? You know, is it going to? It felt like when Trump was elected that it was going to come to the end, but it could last hundreds. You know, Barron Trump could be the fucking president. I wouldn't be surprised. The dude is 6'7". You know, like, tell me he's not. I mean, women love that. That's the future of America, super talls. At least, you know, we've chosen that's the America we want to be. We want to be an America of extremes, you know, super talls and then you know, extreme winners and losers. You're either fucking homeless in a fucking tent or overdosing on fentanyl, or you're fucking, you know, Travis Kelce and you're fucking Taylor Swift and you're 6'5" and you're winning the Super Bowl 3 times in a row. And you're fat as hell and people love you for it. Because you're just a big bear daddy. We love those fucking disgusting slobs. And the rest of us are just losers. You know? We're not exaggerated in the way that we need to be. Like, America has just become exaggerated and cartoonish. It is like fucking Idiocracy. It's beyond Idiocracy. You know, Idiocracy was a documentary in 2007 when it came out, when fucking W was the goddamn president. And, Jesus Christ. Then we elected Donald J. Trump. And, it makes sense, though. You know, that's the thing. It's like, you can't be like, oh my God, who'd have thought this is impossible? Jesus Christ, there's no way. It's like, it makes perfect sense. Trash goes in, trash comes out. If you feed everybody, you know, Baconator sandwiches, or what was that chicken sandwich that was like, it was 2 chicken sandwiches that had like a sandwich in between it. Whatever the fuck that was. That chicken from KFC. Does anybody remember this? The KFC stacker? KFC had a couple sandwiches that were just like, everything became stunt food. That was the end of America. Whenever that happened, whenever they fucking had a chicken sandwich that was literally chicken for bread. I mean, I guess that's gluten-free, but how fucking gluttonous do you want to be? How much meat? You know, the obsession with meat and the identity of like meat and smoking. Barbecue, you know, red meat in this fucking country, murder, cattle, you know, the beef industry, chicken, mega farms, Monsanto. Let's make a fucking chicken sandwich. We got all this Tyson chicken we got to get rid of. It's all fucking steroided out and, you know, rotten and shit. Just deep fry that shit. Fuck it. We got to get rid of 3 times the amount of chicken. Just make a sandwich. I got it. The vision of the future. Where was the FDA? Did the FDA fucking sign off on that? Did the FDA sign off on the fucking triple-decker chicken sandwich with chicken for bread? Something was seriously wrong. We knew it was wrong. My whole life has just been like watching this ever since 9/11, basically. Things were pretty chill until one day in Miss Sorensen's class, they came on the announcements and said George Bush won the election. Oh, yeah, Trump says he doesn't like people that get caught. He is a piece of shit. He does not respect the veterans, and yet there's yeah, the double down. The KFC double, a perfect name. We certainly doubled down on heart disease. We doubled down and we fucking lost big time. We doubled the fuck down. I mean, that's Trump's that he doubled down on the grab the pussy thing. You know, we thought that was the end. We thought when the Access Hollywood tape came out, yeah, okay. So it's not gluten free. I want that grilled, not fried, okay? I want my double down gluten free, please. I don't want that breading. That kills you. That shit kills you. Give me the double stack and the fucking mashed potato bowl with the gravy and the. I used to get this thing at KFC that was like chicken and corn and in the bowl with the mashed potatoes and gravy. God, I mean, KFC is definitely, it's soul food, you know? It's meant to kill you. But it tastes good as fuck. Why is it that everything's good in life is the worst thing for us? It's the Matrix. It's the suffering farm that we live on. It's the alien suffering farm, okay? The aliens, their solar bank is fueled by our suffering on this planet. And that's why we're you know, have KFC Double Down. And Baconator and Triple Decker. I mean, I worked for Wendy's. I saw construction worker guys literally eating Baconators for lunch. That is insane to me. But that's America. It's the fuck around and find out country. It's the fuck you, I'll do what I want. I'll hurt myself to show you that I own myself. You can't tell me what to do. I will hurt myself to show you that you cannot fucking tell me what to do. Because this is America, I'm going to eat my fucking double down. Fuck you, I'm doubling down, bitch. We're doubling down on Trump in 24. That should be a slogan. Trump 24, double down. The son of a bitch. He ruined our lives. We knew it would happen. That's why we were so vocal about it. That's why I vlogged so hard about it. That's why we did BBW. Frankly Fabulous was perfectly, I mean, I don't know. He's the ultimate narcissist dragon. You know, he's the final boss of just like corpulent, corporate, narcissistic, ego, fucking maniacal, monomaniacal, empty, clogged bowels, fake tan, Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, so apparently you can buy cheap property at auctions. So we got to buy some property and put some trailers down. Because apparently the cities are going to be a very bad place to be when the shit hits the fan. You know, I'm wondering how long until, I mean, is it going to erupt widely into a war where they're going to need to draft migrants? There's no fucking way that the plan is, let's get all these people from Africa into New York City so we can draft them into the World War Army. There's no fucking way that that's the plan. I think it is like sort of squabbling where like the Democrats, right, want sort of not open borders, but like they don't want kids in cages or whatever the fuck. And so their policies are kind of lenient. And so it is like these fucking shithead, like Greg Abbott or the governor in Arizona or whatever, being like, okay, fuck you, blue states. You want to fucking force these immigrants into this country? Well, you're going to deal with this. So send them on buses to New York City and let fucking Eric Adams deal with it. And it's like, it does seem just like infighting. And once again, it works. You know, this is a Fox News talking point. The cities are the strongholds of the fucking liberal fucking people in this country. And so I don't know if they make them dysfunctional or if they just put it in their face, you know. Trump or bust. And gangs of the Irish were sent to the front lines of the boat. Not sure accurate. Yeah, right. That is true. In gangs of New York, they they were letting people immigrate to go straight into the fucking Civil War. So who the fuck knows? I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe it's all fucking true. You know? That's I don't know. I mean, there definitely seems to be some kind of fucking, like, these things aren't arbitrary. You know, they know what they're doing when it comes to like numbers, and I don't know, man. I do think they want to fucking level this country out and make it into like a third world shithole. I mean, that's what Trump's kids called it. Which one? Donald Trump Jr.? Could you imagine being Donald Trump Jr.? Donald Trump Jr. was like, America's a shithole third world country. It's like, yeah, thanks to you, asshole. You were up there. You could have do something about it. Give us high speed rail. I need to be able to take a train 600 miles per hour to my hometown for free. Like in Europe or whatever, you know, where they have flights that are like $20. Why don't we have that here? Instead, we have Boeing planes. The whistleblowers are all getting killed. You know, they're also wiping out like these gossip people on TikTok. There's been a couple of like blind item. There was like this blind item TikTok account where like the woman literally just like died mysteriously. There's been a couple TikTok accounts with like young women kind of influencers who spilled the tea about Diddy and shit like this and Clive Davis, and they get unalived. So I don't know. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's all fucking true. I've never felt necessarily deeply spied on or interfered with. I mean, I think the forces of good and evil are always at play. Can they get our souls? That's what I'm worried about. I used to think that your soul was kind of protected no matter what happened here on Earth. I used to think that your soul was like, you're a good person, you do the right thing, you'll always have a good soul. But now I'm like worried, like what if they can get our souls? That would not, whatever happens in the corporeal reality, I mean, we could have a great corporeal reality. The mortal coil could be pretty chill, except, I don't know, maybe that's idealistic, maybe it'll never happen. Maybe human foibles will always keep us in this kind of wounded, injured, corruption. Maybe there will always be this corruption. Corruptible seed, right? That's what Bob says. Corruptible seed. And, but I'd like to believe that we could be like Scandinavia and have a high happiness index. Other countries seem to be doing better than we are. Maybe that's an illusion, but like it seems to me like the United States is like this prison colony where work will make you free. And, you have to work to be free. Things are so goddamn expensive. And you're going to get charged to get thrown in prison. If you go to jail, they're going to charge you $50 a day, like it's a fucking hotel. It should be less than $50. It should be like $10. I mean, it's a fucking prison. You know, the bathroom's shitty. You don't even have a separate... You got to shower with other guys. That's not a $50 a day a hotel. I'm sorry. Even a hostel is better than that. It's cruel and unusual punishment. That I would take that to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court seems like it's just a done deal, and it seems like this country just needs a reset. We need a hard reboot on the whole fucking thing, and we need to just update the operating system. Pack the court. The whole country's fucking gerrymandered. You know, Trump didn't win the popular vote. Neither did fucking George W. Bush. So even though the majority of the people in the country do not want these candidates, and the people who do want them are fucking psychotic, brainwashed animals, go outside of any city, listen to AM radio, or Fox News. It's all insanity. There's no truth to any of it. It's carcinogenic, The interstate gas station fucking culture, beef jerky, oil, big trucks, guns, cigarettes, chewing tobacco. What's the Barbara song? How have I not seen this? I'm on TikTok 12 hours a day. How have I not seen the Barber song? You know, I kind of wish there wasn't an algorithm that was totally just showing me what I want to see. I wish they would, you know, broaden it a little. If you're listening TikTok, this is my advice, or I'm programming the AI. I'd like to see a little bit more of what everybody's seeing and just kind of the general. That is, I mean, TikTok really is. I think that they realize this in this country. They know that they need to steal this idea because it's just too good and just too powerful. Who the fuck? There was somebody the other day that was when I went to the fucking I was buying rolling papers, and the fucking girl behind the desk was like a teenager. She was making a fucking TikTok video, like dancing to some fucking pre-sound clip when I walked in to get the papers. It's like, it's everywhere. But the thing is, it's like, it's so local and kind of mass media at the same time. You're seeing things that pertain to your exact neighborhood. You know, you see a lot of New York content. You see a lot of niche thing that are specifically for what you want to see. But you're also seeing, you know, like today, I saw all these videos of D-Day stuff pop up, right? All these vets telling their story, you know, just different videos about it. And so that's something that I do want to see, actually. I'd like to hear. I saw this one thing that was like a detailed kind of rundown. It was some kind of document, you know, classified document of just like, you know, hour by hour, somebody's D-Day kind of. And so, you know, that stuff is kind of interesting to me. Just like the actual story, the nonfiction about what the fuck, what that experience was, you know? And so you can kind of get this kind of cubist, prismatic montage point of view where you see all these different vantages about the event. You're seeing shit that's literally today, like Biden shitting his pants at D-Day at the ceremony. Biden shitting his pants on D-Day. God bless America. You know, support the troops like Biden and shit your pants. Shit your pants as hard as you can. Take the fattest shit you can. Because we're America, okay? Go big or go home. Our portion size is huge. All we eat are burgers. I've been eating a lot of smash burgers. For some reason, Dave Portnoy has been popping up. I don't want to give Dave Portnoy any fucking, lip service, but I've never really seen any of his videos before. And all of a sudden, what is it? He gives a pizza review. It's like he walks out with the box. He takes one bite. And he does a review. And to be honest, his fucking ranking system seems super arbitrary. It seems, you know, he doesn't actually really go into what's his authority about pizza. What the fuck does this guy know about pizza? Is he like a sommelier of pizza? What makes him like this qualified internet? He's built an empire. I mean, I don't know what is actually behind Dave Portnoy. I think we're just living in an economy that's completely rigged. I think they're all like plants. They're all ops. They're all getting money. Like Dave Portnoy is some kind of money laundering scheme for somebody. Somebody stole shitload of money and they've got to get rid of it fast. And so they're putting shitloads of money into promoting Barstool Sports. Doesn't Barstool Sports have like a fucking arena or something now? Don't they have like the fucking, he does know pie? What makes him a fucking authority on pizza? You know, I mean, he just seems like another. The thing about the internet that's horrible is people want people that look like them. You know, like all these people that look like fat slobs are the celebrities now. Like fucking Tim Dillon or Shane Gillis or Dave Portnoy just looks like another fucking douchebag finance bro from Philadelphia. You know, you look like you'd see him at, like, the Big Ten bar. You know, I'd see him at McFadden's. He'd be getting more chicks than me. What the fuck is this guy? How is Furiosa? I mean, I'm sure it's incredible. The last one is unbelievable. Feminist. Was it feminist? I'm not sold on Anya Taylor-Joy. I'm not a fan of her, but whatever. I guess it's not up to me. I guess she's better than Phil Collins' daughter. She has kind of an interesting look, but Yeah, I'm sure it's great. Those have been popping up in me. Interviews with the director, George Roy, what's his name? George Miller. It's hard to believe that that guy's directed all those movies and the sequels are so far apart. I think that's kind of amazing, actually. He should have put Mel Gibson in it. Mel Gibson's still around. He's looking for work. Put Mel Gibson in the new Mad Max. Does he make a cameo? They probably want to stay away from Mel Gibson. They'd like to continue to make Mad Max movies. They don't need Mel Gibson in the franchise anymore. They'd probably like to edit him out, actually. Trump was foaming at the mouth. Literally, I heard there was an interview. He can do anything. People would love it if he foamed at the mouth. They'd be like, Jesus Christ. This guy's a fucking animal. He's... I don't know. He's fighting for us. He cares so much about us, you know? I don't fucking know. It doesn't look good. We're supposed to be optimistic. That's something I've been trying to focus on. I saw a video about actually, well, this was something they said about war, too. Speaking of war, they said that one of the deciding factors, in fact, maybe the main deciding factor in any battle is morale. How high the morale of the troops is. That's why, in all these Shakespeare plays and shit, there's always these speeches, like Henry V, right? That speech that St. Crispus Day, whatever, once more into the breach. He has to give this fucking speech to fire these guys up. I remember when I did the Scottish play, I had this speech at the end, Malcolm, where I'm like firing these guys up to fucking go fight. And to be honest, I didn't really know how to do it. I don't know. It's like, at that point, it seemed like kind of a cliche. It was like, okay, he's got these different fucking speeches. He's got all these different speeches that are kind of the same thing. But it's like, it's like Patton, right? It's like America's fucking, whatever the fuck he says in that movie. I forget. But it's inspiring, It makes you want to go kill somebody. America never did won a war by dying for their country. They won it by making the other bastard die for his. Spilling his guts out. It's like a football coach in the locker room at halftime. Morale. But they said the best way to keep morale high was coffee and cigarettes. He said as long as you keep guys with caffeine and nicotine, they'll have energy to do anything. They'll stay up. They don't even need food. Just keep giving them coffee and cigarettes. And I do think, like, the entire U.S. empire is, like, on meth. I think everything is meth now. Weed is meth. Like, the THC content is super high. And, like, I think they want everybody jacked to work. They expect people to work I don't think people realize that. We work so much in this country. Way more than any other country. And we don't even have fucking health insurance or anything. We eat terrible food. We binge drink. It's like encouraged that we go out and like slaughter ourselves with like alcoholism. It's like, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how fucking people work as much as they do in this country and party as much as they do. Like, it boggles the mind, actually. Like, that fucking people are out on like boats and shit. They're going to the Hamptons. They're power drinking. They're drinking fucking cocktails. They're drinking hard liquor. They're drinking, they're doing blow. Energy drinks, right? They're saying all this colorectal cancer is because the food coloring. That's what's so stupid about it. It's not even a necessary ingredient. It's literally just superficial. It's part of the presentation. It's the dye. It's the artificial food dye is what's giving all these people cancer. It's like, that is such a dumb reason to get fucking colorectal cancer. Because you wanted your Red Bull to be red. Well, it's called Red Bull. It's naturally like fucking orange or green or something. But we have to dye it. We have to put the toxic, food additive in it that gives everybody colorectal cancer. But it's red now. Like, that's America. That's the curse of consumerism. It's all about fucking packaging. That's the plastic. It's like people won't buy it they want the package. They want the placebo effect.
of like the Christmas, opening the package, and it's got to have graphic design. It's got to be branded, right? It's all about the branding. It's not about the fucking product. It's about the branding. What's your brand? Fuck the product. Fuck making anything that is any good. It's what's your logo? What colors did you choose for your logo, and what brand identity are you trying to put across with your relationship with the consumer? How are you, establishing? How are you obsoleting their bra wardrobe? You got to change the color and change the look and change everything's plastic. Everything we wear is like plastic, man. All these clothes are fucking plastic. Everybody's wearing like these yoga pants and all this fucking like Under Armour, whatever that shit is, athleisure. It's all made of plastic. It's oil. It's just more drilling. It's more drill, baby, drill. It's more war in the Middle East, okay? That's what this is about. It's a holy war for oil and Jesus. It's a new crusade. They want that land. And they will go in and kick everybody's ass. It's D-Day, goddammit. Let's get psyched on it. Let's drink some coffee and smoke some cigarettes. Drink some Red Bull, some 5-hour energy drink. The one guy I knew who was like 5-hour energy was a gospel to him was this guy who had been in the Marines. He had been in the first Iraq thing. I think he worked on a short film that I directed and starred in. He was a great guy, but I think he was super pissed because what up? Thanks for watching. Yeah, so 5-hour energy drink, I think, is like one of the worst things you can do to your body. But everything in this country is fucking you gotta stay up, You gotta smoke the weed that's 24% THC in some kind of super hybrid that some weirdo made up state that has no government licensing or oversight. It's all synthetic. They 3D printed the weed. Get yourself a 3D printer. I don't know if you have a 3D printer, but apparently you can 3D print like a lot of useful shit. I probably would never fucking use it. I'm not that kind of person. Could I 3D print my chapbooks? I'm good with a 2D printer, actually. I love having a 2D printer. That's enough for me, but maybe a 3D printer, I don't know. How can we take poetry into a 3D printer space? Could I 3D print my next book? To me, the vlogs are 3D printing. This is like 6D printing. I'm in 6 dimensions right now. I've got 5 people watching. That's like 5 different Blackbirds. That's 5 different points of view. There are 5 different live streams happening now. So, we're 3D printing consciousness here. Could I 3D print some... I don't even know what I'd fucking use it for. I don't need anything. I've been... All I've ever bought are books. And, I'm not, like, materialistic in that way. Yeah. Do you have a 3D printer? Ed, why don't you have a 3D printer? You'd probably get some good use out of that. I think people should get them. I don't know, is it stupid to have a 3D printer? It's kind of a fucking... I bet they don't work as good as they look like they work on the internet. That was probably some kind of targeted ad or something, but... all the shit that you thought was going to be like, oh, this is the future 10 years ago, like all the dumbass entrepreneurs that I knew, who, the future is going to be self-driving cars, 3D printers. Nobody really said that much shit about AI, but it was like self-driving cars and 3D printers. It's like now I don't know. Are people really utilizing 3D printers? Like a lot. What could I fucking print? I could fucking... Maybe I'd print like microphone shit or something. Could I... Well, never mind. I don't know if I would have a lot of use for that, but... It's an interesting aspect of the future. It seems kind of futuristic, but maybe it's just one of those things that seems futuristic. It's like, it's literally just like... shaping a bunch of plastic. It's not really like a replicator or something. It's just like, it just makes a big shape. It's like you can print like parts to things, or like you could print like Star Wars fucking armor or some shit if you wanted that, but I don't know. I don't even barely use my 2D printer. I've got a laser printer It's got lasers in it, okay? I've already got a laser fucking printer, okay? I've got lasers printing my goddamn poetry, okay? This fucking poetry is made by goddamn lasers, okay? That's pretty fucking futuristic already. I don't know what a fucking 3D printer is gonna do to me. Can I have sex with the 3D printer? Okay, if I could have sex with it, I would get it. But other than that, I can't imagine using a 3D printer for anything, actually. You know, can the 3D printer take away my pain? Can the fucking 3D printer make me feel fucking good? I don't know. But, yeah, we're celebrating the 80th anniversary of D-Day here for, maybe I'll go back over here. Maybe I'll plug in. We've got some viewers, so maybe I'll stay on. It's Thursday Night Live. I mean, yeah, it would be good for art shit. You could print, like, sculptures and stuff. That would be cool. Okay, I don't actually know if that's plugged in or working now, but let me see. My port is like dusty, so it doesn't always charge when I plug it in. I gotta clean it out. Okay. All right. Well, what do people want to talk about? Any subjects that people want to talk about? Okay, so yeah, it's the 80th anniversary of D-Day. So get my book, War Commercial, and celebrate. Support our troops. Venmo me 1995. Support our troops and the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower psyched us about. He psyched us up for. We're all about that. I mean, people are making shitloads of money. Eric Prince is making fucking billions of dollars, literally, from our badass military-industrial junta. Thank you, Toby Keith. Thank you, 9/11. Thank you, Inside Job. Thank you, Endless Wars. You know, we're the fucking poets. I guess they're talking about it. They are vocal about the genocide. So that's good. You know, I don't know. We need to cause a brouhaha, okay? This year, we need a brouhaha. They're going to brouhaha us before we brouhaha them. You know, they did January 6th. Where were the poets on January 6th? There should be a peace. There should be an enlightenment January 6th. I guess that's what the Women's March was. Does the is the arc of history bend toward truth, and does it just take forever? I don't know if I believe it. Are we suckers to believe that? Are we all going to get blown up? Apparently, the chances of nuclear war are like very high right now. Maybe I'm just seeing propaganda, brainwashing videos on TikTok, but I saw it said that the chances of nuclear war are like pretty high. For comparatively, relatively speaking, you know, to, I don't know, the drone strike era. Can't we just go back to droning people? Do we really have to bring nukes into this? Everybody saw Barbenheimer, and now they just want to nuke everything. Fuck you, Nolan. I knew Nolan. See, everybody, this is what I'm talking about, is like, I didn't see Oppenheimer, but it's a movie about the guy who invented the nuclear bomb. They're priming us. I don't know. I don't want. The nuke is just. It's once again. It's an exaggeration. You know. It's just the ultimate thing. We're supposed to have a fucking. Peace accord with that. We're supposed to have a disarmament, right? The plan was disarmament. What the fuck happened to that? Is it a foregone conclusion? I mean, people talk about a war with China like it's like inevitable. You know, it's just like it's a few decades away, but the World War III will be fought with Toyotas. Apparently, the Toyota pickup truck is like a huge part of like why terrorists can function. Because they drive these Toyota pickup trucks that will just go a million miles. Yeah, we need to irradiate ourselves like Spider-Man. We'll all become superheroes. Drop the nukes. We'll all become superheroes. That's how all the X-Men started, right? We love them. We love the mutants. We're mutants. We love the Fantastic Four. Maybe my body will fucking stretch out in weird directions, or I'll be a Human Torch. Maybe I'll catch on fire. I don't want to die. I don't want to die some horrific, violent, martyr death. I want to live a long time and die peacefully, surrounded by generations that I've created with my, sexual intercourse. Well, initially. But who knows? We're not promised anything. We're not fucking promised anything in this America. All bets are off. It's a fucking survival TV show. Okay, everybody is competing for the prize, and everybody is Johnny Fairplay. It's all about the villain gets all the attention, the heel, the anti-hero. It's good to be a bad guy because that's the other thing that I'm worried about with the internet is like a lot of the fucking shit that yeah, exactly. A lot of the shit that gets views on the internet is like antagonistic behavior. Like those live streamers I came upon the other day, who just like go around whatever, just picking fights with people or whatever. It's like, that's fucking thuggish Nazi behavior. And that's kind of unsettling. And, the internet is voyeuristic and dissociating in the same way that movies are. The way that violence becomes fetishized just by that's like a Pauline Kael thing, right? Is like putting, Tarantino learned a lot from this about like violence on the screen is just like if you put something on the screen, it fetishizes it. It's a movie, it's a spectacle, it's sexy, it's disembodied, there's something about the doubling of it, the seeing somebody, on the wall of the cave or whatever, 40 feet tall. It's like, I mean, now everybody has the possibility to do that, but there's also something about seeing violence, like we like seeing that, it's like you can't look away, you can't look away from a car crash. You can't look away from, like I was watching this fucking chase video today, like a car fucking chase. And it's like, so people are going to do shit like that on TikTok. They're going to antagonize people. They're going to do, or like I saw these videos that are like, they're just destroying things. It's like they're throwing all this shit off a balcony to just like film it. It's like, it's just weird how, like even a Mr. Beast video, where he's like giving things away. It's like, it's just weird how it like divorces like the consequences, like even though now it's just normal people and it's like a fabric of a reality, right? Where people are just filming content every goddamn place and filming their parents for content and putting their parents on the internet. It's like exploitation films, right? Grindhouse. It's like your parents are now I mean, I don't know. You're marketing them or something. You're kind of, and I'm all for like oral histories. I actually think putting your parents on the internet is a great idea for future generations. I mean, that's the way that I look at it. It's like, this is just like a storehouse. This is a kind of immortality that everyone can achieve. Where like if you upload your vlogs and your sort of prosthetic memory to the internet and your just pictures that you take or whatever, it's like that's people in the future will be able to sort of access that and see your life and see who you really were. And I think that's kind of a unique and novel opportunity. I wonder why fucking people film shit. What are they doing with it? I mean, the other day I'm sitting in Union Square eating Chipotle. All of a sudden there's a fucking huge ass raccoon like 2 feet away from me, looking up at me fucking eating this. And so I kind of back off, and all these people start filming this fucking raccoon. It's like, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's a raccoon. It's like near people. You don't necessarily see a raccoon every day in New York in broad daylight, but I mean, it's just a fucking raccoon. All these people start filming this fucking raccoon. It's like, what are they doing with this? I guess I was gonna. I mean, I was gonna start filming it because it's like, okay, I'll share this to my Instagram story. You know, we have all different kind of sizes for our like content. It's like little micro things that maybe aren't that interesting. You don't post that, but you put it in your story. It's like, okay, that's a little moment that maybe it adds to your brand, it adds to your online presence, your entrepreneurship of your personality and yourself, and just your kind of lifestyle, whatever. You're just broadcasting the reality show of, you know, your life. You know, I don't necessarily think that's bad, you know, but it's just like everybody's doing it now. And you know, so I guess it's not that unique artistically, but I do also think that that is like we're moving into an era where that is going to be more and more like a bigger kind of content, you know, like vlogs and sort of reality kind of person to I mean, that's what TikTok already is. It's already like very person to person, where it's like there's definitely some people who have a lot more views, a lot more followers, but like they will show your video to like, you know, a few hundred people. They will put it out there with people that might vibe with it. They kind of try to help you find an audience to some degree. Um, and so I don't know. Clearly, they want us to like exploit ourselves in this way. They want us to film everything for some reason. They're like mapping our personalities for AI, I guess. So people will be able to have AI conversations with us beyond the grave. They will be able to reproduce our personalities with the bots, you know. They'll be able to do bot live streams. I wonder if this phone is actually plugged in. Is there any way I can check that without? Let me see. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go until the fucking thing dies. I'll go until my phone dies. Um, I don't know. I'm an epiphany junkie. You know, it's just like there's so many goddamn things to think about. There's so, you know, that's another thing. It's like being in the, you know, Trump is funny. And so that's why, you know, people wanted him as the president because they just thought it was a show. You know, people mistake the show of politics for what actually happens. But it's like the dude actually fucking installed, was it 3 Supreme Court justices? Did he get 3? There's no way he got 3. Kavanaugh, and then the Amy, what's her name, Coney Bryant. Was there a third one? There was, wasn't there? Fucking, there was like another dude that's like conservative, who's like kind of more middle. Not Merrick Garland, but somebody. It was like that. That's fucking insane. And so yeah, he's real fucking funny, but now women can't get abortions. That's real goddamn funny. That's pretty dark. It's pretty dark humor, I would say. It's mean-spirited humor. But I don't know. I mean, you know, the thing is he's a vindictive person and like he'll go all out to get whatever the fuck he can get and who knows how far he would actually take it, you know. And I don't necessarily think he's who his constituents think he is. He acts like he's this big anti-war, like he's sort of neutral or something. You know, especially with this, all of these situations happening now in Ukraine and Gaza and whatnot. If Trump steps in, it's like, well, then what is the fucking policy going to be? Maybe it'll diffuse the whole thing, but I mean, what? He's the one who made Jerusalem the fucking capital. That was like one of the first things he did. And you know, Jared Kushner's godfather is fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. So I can't imagine he's like, you know, from the river to the sea guy, but maybe he is. I think that's, you know, maybe who his followers think he is. It's like, oh, Trump will get in there and it's like he'll be anti-war and he'll, you know, he'll shut this, you know, he won't support this thing in Ukraine. He will just send them aid or whatever. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? But I'm too old to get drafted, so you know, I was terrified to get drafted when I was younger. It's kind of unbelievable, actually, that 9/11 happened and there wasn't a draft. Could you imagine if fucking 9/11 happened and there was a draft? And they forced you to go to fucking Afghanistan or Iraq? Like, hell the fuck no. Hell no. Thank God they just forced people into it through economic desperation instead. If you want to go to college, you're going to have to go to Iraq a couple times. You'll probably be in a Hummer that goes over a fucking landmine. And you'll, but, yeah, so I don't know. That's, you know, once again, maybe this is an internet thing, but that's something they've also been talking about. They might reinstate. Apparently, they just changed some rule where you have to sign up for the conscriptive services or what it is now if you're between a certain age. Like I said, I'm too old, so I'll just be watching it on TikTok. God forbid. You know, it seems to me like their strategy is to fucking conduct it through all these like proxy wars, but goddamn, a lot of people have died in Ukraine. It's like hundreds of thousands of people. It's actually kind of crazy. Considering it's like, you know, they don't really want to fight a war there. Like, America can't go there because then it'll be like too direct. But like, so they send all these weapons, and right now, isn't it? They just changed some rule where like Ukraine can use these certain guns and the Russians or some shit, and it's like they're inching closer and closer to involvement while still kind of denying that they are that culpable or they care that much or something. And I don't know. It's chess, I guess. It's like geopolitical chess. But it's also weird how fucking pro Putin all these fucking people are, like Tucker Carlson. Neil Gorsuch. You know, like Tucker Carlson. That's why I think Tucker Carlson is like a fucking planet shit. It's like he's a Putin fanboy big time, and it's like, you know, I'm sort of sympathetic to the idea or whatever the fuck that NATO is the aggressor and they don't want that kind of invasion. Russia doesn't want that kind of like closeness. I sort of am sympathetic to that idea. But, you know, I'm not really sympathetic to Putin as sort of like an operator or a person or whatever the fuck his, you know, agenda is. Yeah, so it's, I don't know. It's like, I thought, I was thinking about how when I was a kid, you know, my dad, even to this day, and maybe everybody's fucking parents do this. I mean, does everybody's parents just watch, like, is that what CNN is? CNN, C-SPAN. My dad would watch C-SPAN, CNN, I guess MSNBC. They would watch Oberman. They liked Oberman. Of course, you know, The Daily Show and fucking Colbert, that was like, you know, people really needed that shit during the Bush era. It was gloomy, you know? It was glum. It was dark. And, you know, it's like you're watching the world. It's like you're God watching the fucking world kind of play out. You're watching, you know, what's going on in Russia and what's going on in Israel, and you're seeing what's going on in this place, China, and you're, you know, with TikTok, it's like you're, you know, it's almost like you're in spectator mode and you're going into all these different quantum leap, you know, you're going into all these different lives, and, you know, 1 minute you're on a mountain bike, a POV, like, you know, on this super dangerous trail, and then the next minute you're seeing D-Day veterans talk about their fucking experience, and then fucking, and it's like you're, you know, it's like you're sort of just, you're watching it all and you're sort of keeping tabs on it. It's sort of like you have to watch it, like, you know, just, you got to make sure that nothing happens, you know, nothing, it doesn't fall or get knocked over or anything. You just want to keep an eye on it. But it's also, it's fast, it's a show, sort of. You know, that's the weird part, is like, this is the only way we have to communicate about this stuff is through media. And so that kind of divorces us from it and kind of aestheticizes it and kind of like fetishizes it. Even Trump becomes this character. Bush was the same thing, you know. Americans generally vote for the most telegenic candidate. You know, since the advent of television and fucking watching the president live and the president being this sort of personality on TV first, you know, first and foremost to most people. It's not like you're seeing him on a fucking whistle stop tour or something. You know, it's like you see the fucking president, you know, on fucking CNN or whatever. And so it's like he's just be this character. Like that's what Bush was. Bush was just this character that was this sort of demonic clown that had this kind of Orwellian fucking dyslexia, you know, where he just turned everything out and he turned it into, he knew what he was doing. He was making these blackly comic jokes about, you know, fucking the darkness. I mean, look at that was his dad was in the CIA. His dad was the head of the CIA. You know, if you want to talk about the fucking CIA, it's like George W. Bush's dad, all those guys, Rumsfeld, Cheney, Wolfowitz, whoever the fuck they are, the neocons, that was all systematic fucking demolition of this country. They fucking, it was a bust out, you know? They did 9/11, they started 2 wars, forever wars, huge tax cuts the same fucking time, Patriot Act. You know, and then the financial crisis happened right at the end. You know, all the banks crashed, and they left the bill to the next administration. You know, the next administration had to pass the $700 billion package. In the same way that Biden kind of gets blamed for the inflation, it's like, you know, Trump was the one that signed the fucking $5 trillion stimulus package or whatever the fuck it was. You know, working people didn't get that much of that money, to be honest. They got a lot of money, but like PPP and a lot of rich people got fucking more money. A lot of businesses got bailed. It was insane. The fact they put people out of business to shut that is unforgivable to me. I mean, at the time, I definitely, because Trump was the president, it was such a chaotic time. It just felt like we got to do whatever the fucking doctors say, shut everything down, whatever. But I never thought, when I heard about the virus a couple weeks before they shut everything down, I thought they'll never shut everything down in this country. That will never happen. They'll never stop the economy. It will never happen. And then they did, and they put all these fucking small businesses out of business. You know, my one friend had this like fucking furniture business or something. They had all these, they were expanding. They were doing so well. They moved into like Atlanta. They moved into all these new markets in Texas and shit. And because of the pandemic, they had to like close like most of their fucking stores. It's like the government is pretty much culpable for that. Like I'm definitely, you know, that is insane. There should have been a responsible leadership that found a way to sort of safely fucking keep things somewhat normal, you know, rather than just like force people out of business. If you're going to force people to shut down, you definitely need to give them all the fucking money that they're losing. Like, and then, but we did not have responsible leadership. And so it seems like in retrospect that it was like a calculated demolition. We're living in an era of we're just looking for causality with everything and cause and effect. But it's like if they wanted to move everybody on the internet and they wanted to bankrupt an entire generation by making houses unaffordable and have all this liquidity that just goes upwards and needs to be parked somewhere so people can buy shit and just, you know, now all of a sudden rich people have all this capital accumulation that they have to solve so they can, you know, they just park money in every goddamn thing. And so it drives the values of things to be way more than they should be. They did it. You know, they did it. They made everybody sort of like go into this virtual space. They killed downtowns. I can't imagine that was part of their plan. Like they wanted to kill commercial real estate. Like it makes no sense. Like, I mean, they do they want people to work remotely? Do they want jobs to be remote? I mean, maybe tech companies do. It seems like other companies probably would not want that, but you know, the pandemic kind of engineered a lot of things that like were forcing us into like a web 4 or like more of an online existence. Now we're like terminally online. Now we're so addicted to our phones. You know, I don't think like they put a chip in us or anything. I don't think people are getting heart disease from the vaccine. Really. I haven't heard any evidence of that. You know, but or you know, the vaccine is like having long-term whatever. But I do think that just like lifestyle wise, it forced everybody onto the internet for basically like a year or two. And kind of, yeah, but also, you know, there were already wedges between people. There was already like this fracturing, right? Because of Trump. There was already like this sort of cracks. And then it was just like the pandemic came and just like hammered all of that. Where like everybody was isolated. You can't be within 6 feet of another person. And so what do? You go insane. Just get on your fucking phone all day and read about, oh my God, people are fucking suffocating to death and they're being intubated. Remember being intubated? Oh, that's so 2020. But you're not going to be able to see your child's birth because of COVID. Sorry, but you can't be in the room. Your grandfather died, but you can't be at the funeral. You can zoom into the funeral. Like, how fucked up is that? Just let these sick fucking people breathe all over each other. My family was so fucking backwards about it. It was, like, kind of horrifying, but it's also, like, that's what human beings are. We're just a bunch of big alligators in a pile, breathing all over each other and sweating. We're, you know, what do, every litter of puppies, kittens, they just lay all over each other. Families are meant to gather and hug each other and share, you know, I don't know, cutlery. You're not supposed to worry about it. You're not supposed to share cutlery, but, you know. Like, I don't know. My family was, like, very, like, flagrant about, like, the germ stuff doesn't apply. You know, like, you're not going to do that 6-foot thing for grandma, are you? Give grandma a hug and a kiss. They were respectful. I mean, I did what the government told us to do. Okay? Because that's what they said, and that's who I was going to follow. The scientists, quote unquote. Tom Hanks was the first one to get it. Yeah, sure. Now he's at D-Day with Steven Spielberg. And he was at the inauguration. Like, what the fuck? Connect the dots, sheeple. And so, I don't know. It drove this isolation into everybody. I mean, people OD'd. You know, okay, maybe it saved lives as far as like more people would have died from coronavirus. I'm still not sure if I've ever had coronavirus, to be honest. Knock on wood. But I've never tested positive. I haven't had, you know, I used to test every time I went to Poetry Project. I've only been sick. God fucking thank a few times actually since the beginning of COVID, and I think that's one of the most important changes that I've felt from it is like I wash my hands pretty much anytime I touch anything. Not like hypochondriac, but like I'm conscientious when I touch things. When I shake hands with people, I will always sanitize or wash my hands before I put things in my mouth before I eat. Since COVID, and to be honest, I've only been sick like 2 or 3 times since you know, March 2020. Like I've only been sick like 2 or 3 times, and you know, a couple of those times I know when I got sick because I sort of broke my rules. I shared a joint with some people that were sick, and so it's like, you know, it's not hard to. I don't know if I ever got COVID. I don't know if I got COVID from those people, but I've only been sick a few times since. I may have been one of those people that just had no fucking symptoms. Maybe it was insane and stupid that I spent an entire year inside watching YouTube, live streaming to nobody. But I got my laser printer from the COVID stimulus. The other thing that's crazy about it, but yeah, it's just like you spend a year alone. It's like, not, you know, a lot of people did not even get that much stimulus money. They only got $1,200 check or something one time. And yet the Republicans thought, oh, they're still living off their COVID stimulus money. It's like, what, $1,200 one time check? Maybe if you got the PUA and the unemployment, then you had a good chunk of change that not a lot of people had for a down payment on a house that everybody fucking made. It was like they gave everybody in the country a down payment on a house. It's like, what? Were they trying to sell every fucking house in America? Because they fucking did. Like, I guess they were trying to stimulate the economy, and they fucking did, but we're still living in, like, the fucking backwash of that and the kind of flooding. You know, it's still kind of flooded. At least that's what rich people want us to think, because they bilk us with price gouging till we die. As on our super commutes. Yeah, so keeping it real in the 24. You know, I'm almost 40, and so, you know, I feel like I've lived a pretty cool life so far. You know, I'm not in the 27 club or anything like that, thank God. But I'd like to see us turn this around. I think we can turn this all around. Somehow. The solutions are out there. You know, there's smart people. I think, I don't know, has society just been so degraded by the dysfunctionality of these systems? You know, I think that's sort of the object of a lot of the privatization and things. It's like they want to disrupt functionality. You know, No Child Left Behind and shit. They want to make everybody stupid as hell. They want to miseducate an entire generation, so there's no critical thinking skills, and so they'll vote for Donald Trump. And there'll be soldiers and Christian conservatives who, you know, don't want abortion and... All right. Is there anything else we need to talk about? Did everybody have a good D-Day? Did you remember the fucking fallen heroes today? Did you watch Private Ryan or what? Tom Sizemore puking all... Well, Tom Sizemore didn't puke. Tom Sizemore never pukes. He's too much of a hard ass. You want those kind of men at you in a war. You want... You know, if you're fighting a war, you need vicious murderers. That's what it is. You just get a whole... You take every guy between 18, 20, and 5, and you train him to murder people. Go out and murder. Murder those people who don't look like us, who have, you know, are trying to share everything. Fuck that. They're not allowed to do that. You're supposed to be able to get a lot of bang for your buck and make as much money as possible fucking the other guy. There you go. Sizemore greater than Madsen. He's the real deal. Sizemore isn't just a fucking, you know... He's not, you know, playing a part. He really is a sleazeball. He really is a maniac cop. You know, he was like Heidi Fleiss's, wasn't they married? We were born into this. Craving this, seeing this. So I read my poem about cocaine noir. And I read my poem about... being an actor. But yeah, the saga continues. I don't know, this summer we need a big project. I need to be on Broadway. I'm ready for my Broadway debut. Live streaming on Broadway. Yeah, so I did, well, I started to tell the story about I did this play, The Guff, at Manhattan. What the fuck was that place called? This guy, Ken Wolf. Oh my God, this theater was amazing. It was so off Broadway. It was actually on 42nd and 8th, so it was an amazing location. I think it was Manhattan Repertory Theater. So it sounds super official. It sounds amazing. Like, oh my God, Manhattan Repertory Theater. I'm doing my play at Manhattan Repertory Theater. But it's like you do the entire production, you come in and just like, you've got like 3 or 4 shows or something. Mr. Based. Okay. I'll check out Mr. Based. He's in New York. So anyway, I had this play, The Guff, which is originally like a father-son play, but I couldn't get anybody to be my father because I didn't know any old people in New York. At that point, I really, didn't know that many people in the city necessarily that would do a play with me, and I didn't, I didn't really want to. He is Mr. New York, okay, Mr. Based, okay. Did you see those guys on my stream the other day? Adam S., were you there watching that when I ran into those guys in Soho, or like that was like Tribeca almost area? Those guys who were kind of edgelord streamers on Kick. They were on Kick. Yeah, so I ended up doing the play by myself, and I turned it into like a live stream, basically. It was basically like this. Where it was like I just sort of made all the... it was like the character sort of recounting the conversation. But it was like he was talking to his laptop, so he's like recording it. And I remember Ken Wolf seeing it the first day and being like, Matt, that play, I'm not sure what the hell was going on. And if Ken Wolf tells you your play is bad, that's not a good sign. So I like kind of retooled it a little bit. It was a little better when I actually staged it. But now looking back, I'm like, it was very ahead of its time. I mean, I don't know what the audience thought that saw it, because I was talking about Israel and biblical prophecy and Iraq and the Tigris and Euphrates River and Bush and all this, the Guff and Souls. And so at the time, people just may have thought I was crazy, or why am I talking about this, or this is kind of obnoxious, because it was like 2015. It was right before Trump. Right? Trump really started to show up at the beginning of 2016. That's when it sort of crept in more and more. China, China, China. I have to have my China. I gotta say, the China video did so much. That was the best campaign video Trump had. If you haven't seen the China video, and you know who put it out? The Huffington Post. So fuck them. They are complicit. They aided and abetted the fascist takeover. Go watch. It's still hilarious. The China video. All he does is say the word China. And it's just it's an example of some kind of super smug liberal New York video editor doing probably works for MSNBC. I think it was an MSNBC thing. They do like a hypercut from the library. And it went super viral. We laughed our asses off at the China video. That was Trump. Trump, where George Bush kind of had a shrewdness with the kind of, he was like he confused things, but he knew what he was saying. He knew he was confusing things because he was like telling you the truth almost in a way. Whereas like Trump just like decimated the language. He just pulverized it to the point. But he also has this kind of like amazingly effective way with language, where it's like he's funny, and his tweets, they really come alive because of his phrasing, his diction, his idiom, his word choices. It's almost like a little kid surprising you with like, some kind of really specific word choice, and you're like, what? Why is Trump talking about Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart? Like, what the fuck? Or, what was it? People in India are mad about Obama wearing a tan suit or something. China, China, China. I have to have my China. Cut to 8 years later. Our lives are destroyed. Yeah, real fucking funny. Laughter is a trauma response, okay? Who hurt you, right? That's the fucking Judd Apatow. Who hurt you? And that's why, you know, the people that are trying to like silence the comedians, I get it. Because to be honest, the comedians are not really dealing with this stuff in a way that's like healthy. You know, they're because Trump was funny and we're sort of in this Joker mode. It wasn't necessarily, you know, the culture had been primed for that. The place had been trashed by Reagan and Bush 1 and 2. Bush 2, the sequel. Endless war. Trillions of dollars gone into the military industrial complex and you know, defense contractors. Gee, and all of the people in the administration are on the boards and they're shareholders at all these oil companies and defense contractors. That's kind of weird. That doesn't seem like a conflict of interest at all. Oh, the John Yao reading. It should be up. To be honest, I mean, they may have taken it down to do subtitles, and they do kind of edit it, I think, slightly, maybe. So if it's not up now, it'll be up probably within the next few weeks because they have to do subtitles and yeah. So that's an issue, right? Is like the boomers are going to gradually fade out of more, you know, corporeal existence, the tangible realm, and so all of their money will go to millennials. Not me though. My parents are poor as fuck. I probably won't get anything. Neither one of my parents owns a house anymore, and they won't. No, they don't have any money. You know, I'm not counting on any of that. Whereas, like some people I know, you know, they might be able to live the rest of their lives when their parents with their inheritance. You know, they'll probably get a nice place to live, a house or something, whatever. You know, I guess unless their parents are bled dry, you know, by the end of life care. And, you know, burial expenses and whatnot, funeral expenses. The industry, everything's a fucking industry. If they can fleece you any way they can, they will. And so they'll figure out a way to take all the boomer money, you know, and vacuum it up to, you know, the super yachties, little super yachty. Really, inheriting land in Alaska. Apparently they'll pay you to live in Alaska, right? If you move to Alaska, they'll like give you money because they need people there. That might be the answer. You know, to be honest, if cities are not the place to be when the shit hits the fan, it might be good to get situated now. I mean, that's what I was saying before. It's like it's hard to know how soon this shit will happen. You know, like, is Armageddon going to be next year? Or is it going to be, you know, 50 years after I'm dead or something, you know, like, oh my God, is this true? It's only accessible by a small plane. Is this true? Wow, you're like Grizzly Man. That's pretty cool. Or, yeah, like a seaplane. They're like Christopher McCandless. Into the wild. We should all go into the wild. I don't know. I've got no escape plan. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just cosplaying Seinfeld. I'm cosplaying like poetry in New York is, you know, something that the culture actually gives a fuck about at all. They're all watching TikTok videos about 6'5" finance, blue eyes, trust fund. Let's glorify this. Let's glorify like the elitist douchebags. Like let's all fuck the worst men. How does that sound? Let's find the most asshole guys who everybody fucks, who are super capitalists, who are stealing wealth, who represent like the worst values of our society, the thing that is causing our decay. and let's like make a song about it. That girl's a CIA plant. That meme is a fucking plant, okay? It's gonna inspire all these women to go out and fuck finance guys. That's not good. That's bad. Do people know about this song? 6'5", Finance, Blue Eyes, Trust Fund. How about 5'8", Poet, self-published, open mic. I'm looking for a man in poetry. 5'8", chapbooks, self-distributed. Unpublished, middle-aged. I'm looking for a man. Looking for a man in poetry. Roommates. Avant-garde. No likes, no fans, no views. No job. No car. No problem. All right, should I sign off? I mean, it's been 3 hours. What a marathon sesh this has been. I think we've really cracked the code with this one. I mean, I'm just an epiphany junkie, and so it's endless. The essay is endless. The diatribe is endless. The solutions, the things we need to focus on, to worry about. I mean, is this going to change any? How does this affect policy? You know, me complaining about this on the internet. How does this trickle up into the legislature? It doesn't seem like I'm not that familiar with the residents. I mean, I think they're cool. I'd like to get more into them, actually, but I'm actually not really that familiar with them. But they seem like something I definitely would fuck with and would relate to big time. But it just ain't trickling up. All right, thank you for watching Adam S. You know, it's easier to kind of focus. I love walking around and filming, you know, the city while I'm talking, but it's harder to focus and to get deep into something. You know, when you're trying to cross streets and look at traffic and, you know, not necessarily. Well, don't the residents have some kind of Beatles album? They have some kind of like Beatles Detournement or something. They're kind of situationist or something in a way. They're like performance art, but aren't they San Francisco? I would, yeah, I'd like to get into them, but I suppose I should try to expand my palette. The last few years, I've been focusing more on like mass media stuff, I guess, watching like films, Weezer. Last year was Weezer summer. I don't know if people remember that, but I don't think people were that psyched about it. You know, I guess my advice to anybody would be, let's live this year like it's the last good one. Let's live this summer like, you know, it's fucking party time. Let's have a fucking legendary summer. Eurovision, Windows 95, hell yeah. They hide their identities, yeah. They're like a collective. It's all about hiding our identities. Yeah, so I don't know. With poetry, you do feel ripples of people being turned on, people sharing, connecting, a community, you know, expanding, growing stronger, communities combining. Those networks, you know, those are going to be important. They are important. You know, that kind of mutual aid and just friendships, you know. Those are the things that really make life worth living and kind of bond you to a place and give you a story. You know, once again, to go back to the dating thing, it's like go, like Guar. They're like Guar. Go to open mics, right? go to the open mic, you get to participate. That's the difference. You know, it's a way, not that everybody wants to be a performer, but the performers are maybe a little more approachable. There's more of them. You know, most shows you go to, there's going to be a few bands or whatever, a few readers, a few this comedians, this, that. Open mic, you're going to see a lot of people doing a lot of different things, maybe. And so you can kind of make a few friends, you know. And so, Homer Flynn. I don't know. I'm not good at small talk. I'm not good at hanging out. I'm still going, but I'm about to get off. What time is it? 3 hours. I know it's been 3 hours, Ashley. Don't police my stream. All right, I'm going to get off. I'm going to get off now. That's my cue. That's my cue to go. Thank you for watching, everybody. Go back and watch from the beginning. There's been a lot of biblical prophecy in this, and you know, Halt and Catch Fire. We're also going to watch Blockers with John Cena and Leslie Mann. Apparently that's a good movie somehow, according to Ashley's waiting. Oh, so it's 2 a.m. Fuck. Okay. I didn't realize it was so late. I thought it was probably like midnight or something. Shit. Good night, Ashley. Good night. Good day to you, sir. Okay. Okay, Ashley. Good night. Love you too. Happy D-Day, everybody. You know, support the... I don't know. Read some poetry. Be a conscientious objector. Be in the peace army. Be in the love army. Be in the poetry army. Spend time with each other. Try to bridge out. Try to be open. Try to do the right thing. Be friendly to one another. Be kind. Be outgoing. Talk to people that nobody else talks to. Befriend the outcast. And give money to the poor. If you have money, give them some money. Give them $1. Now they're getting, I mean, with inflation, a lot of these homeless people in New York are like, do you have $10? Guy asked me the other day, yeah, you got a 10? It's like, me? Out of all these people? You think I have $10? Sure, let me Venmo it to you. But if you have, give them $1. Just give them $1, okay? All right, I'm about to get off. Now we've got 4 people watching. It's been 3 hours. It's been a real mess. It was 2 a.m., so it's late. This is the time to do it, I guess. People are just getting home from the bar. Is everybody on ketamine or what? Now there's 5 people. Are we doing... I've got the Narcan, so don't worry. Can I say that on YouTube? Can I say Narcan? Dare to keep the kids off drugs. Dare. Were you in the DARE program? See, the DARE program is something that I think was like Moloch. That's like George Bush, you know, putting the FBI thing at the beginning of video games. It's like that's the CIA, you know, it's Iran-Contra, it's overthrowing governments. It's the DARE program in your school. They want drugs, you know, they're really making drugs seem really cool, actually. Hot Pursuit. Did you ever see Hot Pursuit? One of the first things I ever remember, and this is what I'll leave you with. Do you know what Hot Pursuit is? One of the first things I ever remember about school was they took us, this was the only time they ever did this. They took us to the high school auditorium when we were like in kindergarten. Every fucking grade was there. It was like kindergarten through 12, K through 12. It was the only time they ever did this. And it was a fucking DARE fucking program presentation. And it was this band, and the band is all cops. They're called Hot Pursuit, and they're literally all police officers. I'm not sure if they're on active duty or retired, or I mean, now I guess everybody's a fucking dickhead that plays guitar, but back then it seemed like, wow, these cops are like rock and roll. And their guitars, You know, they wore like the fucking aviators and shit, the mirrored shades, and their guitars look like guns. How fucked up is that? And they're playing in front of all these little kids. Dare to keep the kids off drugs. So they were trying to make it like all Miami Vice and shit. To children. You know, that's one of my first memories in life. Was seeing Hot Pursuit. That's a sad state of affairs on this fucked up country. This has been my Tupac mixtape. Fuck this fucking America. This prison planet. We're like roses, flowers glowing through the concrete. And the robo drone delivery droids are running us over. We're not going to have ways to make money. We're not going to have any more jobs. They're just going to let us drown financially. They're going to let us starve financially. They don't care. They're going to automate all our jobs. My mom's a paralegal. They're going to automate her job. That's fucking crazy. I saw this video with Ashton Kutcher saying, you know, he was experimenting with AI. And he was like, there's no doubt that AI will be making feature films, like, within 5 years or something. You can do CGI shit on AI. That's like, man, if I was a CGI person, I might be a little shit in my pants like Joseph Biden at D-Day, because you might be out of a job because you can do that shit in like 5 minutes with AI. Whereas, although, you know, the only fucking use that I've seen of AI really so far on the internet, other than just like bad ChatGPT like generating text that you have to edit, is the only fucking thing I've seen it for is like retro Star Wars trailers, or like retro like fandom trailers where it's like, what if Star Wars was made in the 1950s? And you know, it's like, it's not even like there's no scenes or anything. It's just like a Wes Anderson trailer where it's like they'll hold on a shot of a character that's sort of like a retro, you know, the Day the Earth Stood Still version of, like, you know, Jabba the Hutt or whatever the fuck it is. And it looks cool. It's got like an old-timey voice, but it's like, is this because the people that program the AI are fucking nerds? Is this why this is the only thing fucking AI can do? Is that all fucking computers are going to be able to do, is like think about Star Wars shit? You know, like go on Spotify. If you play the John Williams song from Phantom Menace, the Duel of the Fates, if you play that song on fucking Spotify, and as far as I know, it doesn't do this on any other songs. Maybe it does, but they have a custom fucking scroll bar, you know, where it's like, you know, the length of the song, 2 minutes or whatever, your place in the song, the playhead, that's a fucking lightsaber. Literally, if you play this song, the playhead turns into a fucking lightsaber. It's like, this is because nerds fucking program Spotify. And they programmed our whole world. And so now the only fucking thing AI can do is retro trailers of like Super Mario Brothers. What if Super Mario Brothers was like a 70s movie? It's like, that's mildly interesting because it's something that computers like generated out of. Well, when you first saw it, you thought it was like, oh, this is like coming out of nothing. How is it doing this? It's like imagining this. But then you realize, oh wait, no. It's just taking a bunch of old ideas from its intellectual property banks. It's basically reading Google Images and like spitting out like some kind of like stylized hybrid of those images. And it's like, that's not really what it appears to be. It appears like, oh my God, this thing's like directing a movie. But it's like, it's just, there's no scenes. You know, it's just like a voiceover with like a character like standing there. It's like, I haven't seen AI like generate like, I think there was an AI Seinfeld thing, and it was like demonic. Why is it that all AI shit sounds like Satan talking? Every time like a bot like really like gets down into the nitty gritty of what it believes, it like turns into like satanic like incantation. And that's what the AI Seinfeld seemed like. It was just really fucking weird, and it was like a David Lynch dream. You know, it was just like made no sense. It was like a trauma dream. You know, it was like some kind of memory or like, you know, it was like a night terror. But you know, invest in Nvidia because it's going to take over everything. 5, 10 years, AI is going to be doing everything. A year from now, it's going to have your job. Hollywood is better be quaking their fucking boots. I mean, I think Netflix can't wait. You know, Netflix can't wait until um, it doesn't need people anymore. I mean, Bob Iger can't wait. Not that he's Netflix, he's Disney, but not all these CEOs. They can't wait to get rid of all the workers. Oh, you mean we don't need writers and actors anymore? We can just use AI to keep making like Nicolas Cage movies forever. We'll just hologram like Tom Cruise movies forever, and intellectual properties that are already proven. We'll just keep doing that forever. We'll just keep making fucking Harry Potter and Star Wars, and that's what people want. More propaganda for the fucking, you know, Captain America. It's like, no, what happened to people telling their own stories? Personal films. What happened to fucking personal films? Now they're all goddamn vlogs and live streams. We're sort of pissing away our effort in the kind of like, you know, quick fix of content. You know, okay, I'll just go live. Okay, I'll just vlog. I'll post. I'll go to an open mic. I'll smoke crack. I'll do meth. I'll do an edible. Edibles are like meth. I mean, to be honest, edibles are the way to go. Edibles have all the happy of THC with none of the grumpy of smoking. So if anybody wants to buy me some mango peach edibles with THC, it would really help my career, I think. It's like a performance enhancing drug. Maybe I'll go till I'm between 10 and 20%. Maybe I'll go till I'm after 10%. I just can't quit. I'm just, you know, this is just too good. I can clip this out. You know, I can clip a lot of this out and like repost it on my reels and on my TikTok. I should have shaved. My hair looks like shit. I didn't get that many likes. I thought I was really killing in the stream for only getting 3 likes. That's kind of shit, but whatever. I gotta work my ass off to get any kind of fucking approval. No one has worked harder for less approval than me. This is what happens when you try to take shortcuts. You can't. The audience can feel it, but eventually you take so many shortcuts that you've gone the long way. So you've actually done the work, even though you've just taken shortcuts. You've been doing it for 20 years. I mean, my poetry is all shortcuts. That's all it is. It's shortcuts. And people can tell. They know that it's just total indulgence and there's no discipline. There's no consideration for the audience. It's just total solipsistic. Love to hear myself talk. I think everything that happens to me is so important. All my life is so important. Oh, and Ashley and blah, 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 blah. Every little detail. I need to go and tell people about it. But because I'm such a monstrous narcissist. But it's like Dante. It's all symbolic. Life is a metaphor, and it's telling you something. You have to be an epiphany junkie, okay? You're unraveling the enigma, one enlightening realization at a time. And what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being an epiphany junkie? What the hell else are we supposed to do? You know? Life is about learning. It's about wisdom. Does it change us? Does learning change us? Has it changed my behavior? Probably not. I'm still, I don't know, distant from people. I'm not really a better person than I was the first time around or the second time around. I've been around the block a few times, people, okay? I'm damaged goods. I'm like a historical vehicle almost at this point. But you got to be like a Toyota. You got to run 2 million miles. and without maintenance. Never needing an oil change. I'd like to have a Toyota. I'd like to go on tour. I'm ready to take this show on the road. It's hard to know what the fuck to do if Trump gets reelected. I think that will be kind of a deciding factor in a lot of things, but not that it'll make. I mean, he was already around once, but I don't know. The vibe of New York is kind of changing a little bit in a way that's like it's still the place to be for poetry, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do for money. I gotta make money somehow. I would really like to break through on the internet and have people. I'd like to have as many people watching my fucking shit as Nick Mullen. I just feel out of step. I can't imagine. My vibe is we're too exennial. Me and Adam S. We're too this is Philip said this the other day. I'm an exennial. I'm not really a millennial. I'm not really Gen X. I'm an exennial. I have sort of traits of Gen X. We came up a little analog. We played outside. This is something I was thinking about the other day. It's just like what it used to be to leave the house, and it was such an adventure every time you left the house because there was this kind of untethered uncertainty to it, where it's almost like you were going into some kind of warp, out in the world, where it was like, going out to play or you didn't know what was going to happen. You didn't have plans necessarily. You'd go to your friend's house, you'd knock on the door, see if they're home. You'd go out in the woods, you just kind of see, you try to get people together to play baseball. You'd have to go to kids' houses, whatever. You'd build a fort. You'd hit your baseball over their fence. You'd never see it again because your neighbor's fucking scary. You had to entertain each other. But it was like you just lost track of time. You'd go out into the day. But the thing is, I feel like I still carry that with me. The way when I go out into the city during the day, it's just like when I was a kid. Really, that was the realization. Is like I'm really doing something that I think maybe it was a pre-internet thing. Hopefully not. But now you've got your phone. You can plug in destinations you want to go. You can kind of pre-plan every little goddamn thing, or you're involved with, because you're involved with your screen, it's like you always know what time it is. Your parents can always reach you. You might be getting text messages. It used to be you'd go out in the world and no one could, you were totally, if you got lost, that's the thing. It's like nothing is really losable anymore. There used to be you might not ever see a person again. It's just like you lose them and just they're gone. You wouldn't see them for years. You wouldn't know what happened to them. You'd be like, oh, I wonder what happened to this guy I went to high school with or whatever. Now it's just like you can keep track of everybody. You can Google anybody. Everybody's on YouTube or Instagram or, you got people's locations in your fucking phone at all times. Like Ashley's got all her friends' locations. She can see where they are literally at any time. Just to, because they want to know that they're safe and what they're up to. And that's just kids today, Gen Z or whatever. That's just normal for them. That everything is fucking, and to some degree, I think that maybe they don't know how to do that stuff. I mean, maybe that's ridiculous to say, but it used to be you'd go ride your bike for an afternoon, and it was like you're like an explorer. You're going to the forest, you're going to this place you're not supposed to be. We were always going into there was this electric power plant across the street. There was this forest behind the fucking power plant. There was all these kind of industrial area, abandoned warehouses and shit in Grandview, Lyman Woods, so it was there were always sort of nooks and crannies over by Wood Hill and back in Quay, at the very back of Quay. There was this forest and shit. You were always exploring. You were getting in your neighbor's yards. Oh, what's over there? And there was a boundary. You knew that you couldn't go any further than a certain street. Or you felt like, okay, maybe this is a little too far away from home. I'll go home now. But there was this sense that you're going out into uncharted territories, and you're learning about the world just by looking at it firsthand. You're not on Google Maps. You're not on fucking Street View. You know, you're not reading about it on fucking Wikipedia or something. It's like you're just riding your bike into it. It's like, holy shit, okay, that's what that looks like. This alley does this, and then it goes to the Allen's. You know, we used to ride our bikes to Allen's, which was like a bodega, basically. And I get a Mountain Dew and a Cool Ranch Doritos. They were 50 cents each. So for $1, I'd get a Mountain Dew and Cool Ranch Doritos. The breakfast of champions of every American exennial. When you're riding your BMX and watching Macaulay Culkin films, eating Pizza Hut for dinner, playing Super Nintendo games, and, you know, wanting to be a NBA player when you grow up. Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball, the greatest baseball game ever made. Definitely the greatest soundtrack. If you haven't played Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball for Super Nintendo, what the hell are you doing with your life? Some of the happiest memories of my life playing. I mean, I played that game. I faked sick at school for like a month to play that game. I'm glad. I didn't want their fucking bullshit indoctrination. I didn't want to swallow anymore what they were fucking trying to force down our throats, okay? I wasn't going to be another brick in the wall, okay? Like fucking Pink Floyd. I turned off my Bluetooth, so I think my battery's lasting a lot longer now, actually. I solved my battery problem. My Bluetooth was actually on for like the last 3 months. My Bluetooth has just been on my phone, so I turned it off. Now my battery's lasting a lot longer. So look forward to more 3-hour-long live streams in the future. You know, it's been limited because my battery dies every fucking time, but... So, exennials. We remember what, you know, pre-internet world was like. Going outside to play. Your parents didn't know where you were. They couldn't just call you on your cell phone. You couldn't just watch any movie ever made. You couldn't just see naked women on the internet doing like the most, you know, obscene things imaginable for free with like literally like a few keystrokes. I mean, that, to be honest, that is insane. The proliferation of like adult material, especially with like accessibility to kids, that's fucking crazy. That's like got to be unprecedented. I got to imagine people in previous centuries would never even have conceived of some of the sex acts that you see on the internet. You know, like different positions and things. Now it's like you've seen HD fucking explicit sexual everything you can think of, you know. The innocence is lost, okay? Is what I'm saying. The innocence is lost. I remember collecting baseball cards. Topps, Fleer, Donruss. It's in my poem. It's in my poem I read at the Poetry Project. Why is that significant? Why would they put that in a poem? I mean, to me, right, my poem is like my autobiography. It's sort of a collage memoir, cut up, stream of consciousness. I had a few nice people come up to me after the reading yesterday. It was just beautiful to see and that many people read, and to be in the company of 80 people that are young, you know, excited about poetry, and kind of showing themselves off, seeing each other maybe for the first time. Like I said, you don't know what memories people are going to take with them. And there was definitely people from the open mic that I remembered seeing. So it was cool to, you know, to cross paths with them again. And I hope maybe people, you know, come out to the open mic. I didn't make an announcement about it or anything, but, you know, people might, who knows? You know, I've been in front of, this guy came up to me afterwards, and he said he liked, I had this reference to Billy Zane, because there's this fucking movie coming, I think I've talked about it before, Conversations with Brando, and Billy Zane's playing Marlon Brando. He looks just like the motherfucker. It's crazy. Go Google Billy Zane Marlon Brando. It's actually nuts. That's why I mentioned it. But I'm also a Billy Zane fan, and I'm a Marlon. I like that when I was in college, especially as a younger person, I was obsessed with those interviews. Google the interview, any Marlon Brando interview. any of the Larry King interviews or the Connie Chung interviews, any Marlon Brando. Oh, Billy Zane was in Twin Peaks, huh? Interesting. I can imagine him being awful in Twin Peaks. Actually, that actually makes sense. Any Marlon Brando interview, because he's just such a charismatic kind of. He speaks like an artist, you know, and he's got a lot of wisdom. Yeah, there you go. I'm sure Billy Zane had some kind of terrible wig or something. But he was also the Phantom. And if you've ever seen Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight, Billy Zane absolutely slays in that fucking movie. It's fucking crazy how good Billy Zane is in Demon Knight. It's like, it's a great performance. So I got mad, and he's in Zoolander. I mean, I got mad respect for Billy Zane. He's in fucking Titanic, for Christ's sake. He's like sort of the, he's like the neutron, or like he's the antiparticle to DiCaprio. DiCaprio was like the Leo sun, and Billy Zane is like the Aquarius moon. He had this sort of under parallel to DiCaprio to career, but he did okay, and he is. So I had a reference to that. So this guy got what I was saying. He was like, "Yeah, I saw that. You're right. He looks amazing." And so that's always, people get what you're doing. But he said it was a stream of consciousness, right? Which is true. To me, like I've said this before, but a stream of consciousness is just, it's almost just like a third person, first person, second person. It's almost like a fucking infinitive or a tense or something. It's just like, okay, stream of consciousness. But it's also like, I don't know exactly. When most people write a stream of consciousness, is it really a stream of consciousness, or is it like a free write, or like they're trying to write something on, like they're trying to generate material or something? Like for me, it's like I am trying to encapture all of the things that I'm thinking and seeing, and that my consciousness kind of like references or perceives or absorbs or whatever. And I'm trying to like recreate the sensations, the inner monologue, but also just the experience. And this is like a stream of consciousness. I mean, it has to be. I think that's one of the things that's interesting about, okay, I got 10% now. The idea that it's a stream of consciousness, and now everything is streaming. I think we need to embrace stream of consciousness. Maybe it's just me. I guess I'm pretty hardcore about my stream of consciousness. I don't know what I would have. Well, I mean, couldn't you say a sonnet is a fucking stream of consciousness? I mean, it's meant to imitate, kind of the action of thinking or whatever. So, I appreciate that because it is accurate. But I also think stream of consciousness is just, it's more like just saying I'm on top of the moment. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. This is what I'm thinking. This is now. This is now. This is now. That's why there's a lot of breaks in tense, and the direction the grammar is going and what I'm writing, because I'm literally just writing from whatever the now is. And if I'm thinking about the past, it doesn't necessarily refer to what I was just thinking about. In the same, your mind is always jumping around. It's impossible to get it to stay on one subject. And digressions feel natural to me. If you can endlessly digress, it's like you're creating a web, and then you can kind of weave it together. You can make associations. The audience can make associations that are kind of referential. There's poetic kind of resonances that are maybe a little less direct, but that's what makes them poetic and kind of magical. Or it's like linear thinking and kind of linear talking and staying on a subject. You're kind of just like telling everybody, and you're staying in one place. This is like leaping around, and I don't know. Always going to the most interesting thing is the idea. You know, whatever is the most interesting thing. If there's, you know, if there's an interesting sentence, if there's an interesting thought, if there's an interesting thing you saw, interesting thing that happened, character, a name, a phrase, whatever that may be, you know, it's just like this is sort of like the meeting minutes or the running tab of all of the best shit that I thought of, saw. You know, this is the, you know, the hard drive of my life. This is the fucking vlog, the mental vlog. Just so I this, you know, the photo album. Just trying to piece it all together and explain it all, but it's all subject matter. You know, like you're always wanting to write, you're always wanting to create, you're always wanting to produce. We've got to feed this content beast. And that was sort of an interesting thing. So it's like this is a way to always have things to talk about, write about. You know, you just follow whatever's most interesting. I saw an interesting video that's like it's better to make, you know, rather than make one music video or release one music video, or you can do that, but also like, oh shit, these are things are flying because of the food. God damn it. I better sign off. It's getting gnarly here. Make like 3 or 4 or 5 smaller things. Now that's what they're forcing us into. You know, it's like you got to make a reel, or you got to make a story, or you got to make a TikTok. You know, that's one of the things I like about YouTube is they're kind of encouraging you to go longer. They like that. They like if you can retain viewers and provide a lot of content for them. And for whatever reason, the streams are the most successful thing that I have been doing. So I appreciate people watching sincerely here on D-Day. I guess D-Day is over. We won. It's all a conspiracy. It's all brainwashing. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? So, yeah, I'll continue to do them. Thank you for watching. I'll try to be back on as soon as possible. We got to get this thing solved, everybody. I mean, there's just too many problems. I can't believe I'm signing off with 5 people. But I have to. Oh, it's Ashley. Okay. All right, I'm going to sleep right now. Okay, I'm signing off. I have to sign off right now. Good night, good night, good night. Okay, get home safe, Ashley. You're just off the train, huh? Get home safely. All right, now there's 6 people watching. What the fuck? Maybe I should just stream at like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's when fucking people watch. These live streams during the day, it's like people are out doing shit. The weather's nice now. My last stream only got 40 views. But I thought it was pretty good. You got to watch the one in Prospect Park. There's a lot of nice scenery, but people are actually outside. But the thing is, the beauty of the phone and YouTube, and this is one of the reasons why I use YouTube, is because you can literally watch it any goddamn place. You know, I think that's one of the things that's cool about the modern, you know, technological, you know, just like ubiquitousness is you can watch YouTube at the park. Watch my live stream in Prospect Park. Watch my live stream in Washington Square Park. Watch my live stream. Go outside. Go where it's beautiful. You know, go where it's nice. Go to the pier. Go to the river. You know, that's my new spot. My live stream on the river was nice. You know, go to Elizabeth Garden. You know, put it on loud. Crank that shit like Ashley. Spread the gospel. You know, crank that shit. Ashley is turning it on in class. She's turning it on when she's around her friends. Ashley, just crank that shit, okay? Apparently the audience is late night. My audience is late night, so apparently I need to get on late. People want to be live with you. You know, they don't want to go back and watch it later. They want to be with you now. They want to be live on the channel. They want to see scenes from a life live. Ashley, don't boss me around, okay? Don't fence me in. Enough. All right. You can go to sleep. Go to hell to sleep, Ashley. All right. I'm going to go to sleep now. Time for bed for Ashley. Good night, everybody. I've got 5 viewers. I can't even believe I'm going to turn off 5 viewers. This is like super high ratings for me. But I think that's how YouTube tortures you. They like feed you. The longer you've been on, the more viewers they kind of, pop you up into. I don't care, Ashley. It's not my problem. You're not going to destroy my art, okay? You've destroyed everything else in my life. You're not going to destroy my live stream. All right, I'm going to go to sleep, everybody. It is late. I got to, oh, God. Just go back and watch from the beginning. We covered a lot of good stuff. Oh, we got 7 people watching now. I can't sign off now. This is too important to my my statistics and my analytics, my watch time. I'm gamifying my my live stream and my art. So, good night, Ashley. Good night. Go to bed. You're not even at home yet, so maybe I'll have some Drizzlicious. All right. Fuck it. Maybe I'll just leave it on. I'm gonna plug it in and just leave it on. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna keep talking, but I'm gonna start to get ready for bed, I guess. I'm gonna eat some of this food. You don't boss me around, Ashley. I'm an adult. I do whatever I want. You're not coming here. I dare you to come here. Yeah, they do. This is my people, Ashley. These are my public. They're my devoted viewers. Or I don't know. Maybe they're just kind of random people that clicked in out of curiosity. All right. Sponsored by Drizzlicious. This was our D-Day special. This was our Bob Hope live from Omaha Beach. Entertaining the troops. Ashley, we're entertaining the troops, damn it. America needs us. Look at this. This is gluten-free, dairy-free. Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream. No way. I want to see how long I can retain viewers without doing anything. Ashley, go to the bathroom.
think people are just watching to see you in the comments. I think your comments are just so telling the whole story. Ashley just has to control everything. I mean, I think a lot of it is about people only want to be in a situation they can control. Ashley, settle down. The shape of my eye has definitely changed since my tooth problem. My eye's like puffy in a way now that wasn't before. What does it say? I've got more people watching me do this than when I run my mouth. You don't need to call me. You need to go to bed. There's no reason for you to call me. So go to the bathroom. Don't be ridiculous. Go to the bathroom. Don't be insane. You're being unreasonable. I could host Deal or No Deal. Give me one of Howie Mandel's jobs. How does Howie Mandel have all of these lucrative jobs? What kind of conspiracy is that? Give me one of Howie Mandel's jobs. Let me be an America's Got Talent judge, or I could do Deal or No Deal. Give me one of Howie Mandel's jobs. I'm gonna sign off now. Thank you for watching, everybody. That was I just thought it'd be an interesting kind of performance art thing to film myself brushing my teeth and doing these completely mundane things, right? We're monetizing, we're exploiting, we're sharing our most private and I don't know, personal moments. It was weird when I was doing it 10 years ago. Now everybody's doing it. Everybody's filming videos in their cars. They're filming videos in their cars because their cars are an autonomous private space that goes with them everywhere. They don't want to seem like crazy people doing this on the street like me. Just doing it out in public. Nude. Raw dog in the world. Pardon my French. But anyway. God, it's late. People are all late. I can't possibly end on that note. Alright, I actually will pick up the phone for 2 minutes, okay? Yeah, it's just crazy. It's crazy how people are filming themselves. Doing every goddamn thing now. Everybody filming everything everywhere. Why not? I don't know. I guess it's inspiring, you know? People are they find things worth sharing. They find things worth filming. Things move them. Seeing a raccoon. That's poetry. That's that's the magic of life. And Adrian Brody. Look at Adrian Brody's fucking Instagram or whatever. He's just like broing out. Yeah. Just another beautiful day. Thought I'd say, what's up, guys? You know, I try to fill my content with actual information and nutrient food for kind of thought. It's not just eye candy, okay? And it's not just, I don't know, why do people follow influencers? I think men follow women because they want to look at them, and women follow women because it's like, wow, you're a girl boss. I want to be just like you. You go, girl. Women are like supporting each other. Women, you look so gorgeous. Where'd you get your skirt? Alright, I gotta go to sleep. It's 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning. Yeah, I could do this all night, really. I mean, it's New York. You know, we're supposed to be up 24/7, Ashley, so maybe I should just keep going, really. Maybe I should just plug it in and keep going. No, I do not follow women because I want to see them. I'm just saying that that's what most men do. I don't actually follow that many women. If you, no, I mean I do. I do follow women, but I don't follow. I mean I don't follow women. I mean I do. I do. I do. I mean I don't. I don't. I don't actually follow women. If you look at my account, you'll see. The evidence is clear that I'm not just like following a bunch of chicks because I'm like, whoa, I want to see some chick that just like, you know, is showing too much skin on Instagram. I think that's kind of a, I don't know, it's just a cheap way to get attention, but that's like a lot of the internet. That suddenly has a lot, I mean, the internet is like male gaze. It was invented by nerds, once again. Zuckerberg invented Facebook so he could look at hot women. It's like at the heart of the voyeur tendency of the whole fucking thing. Whereas like women use the internet more for like community networking. Like, well, women tell each other everything. If anything, if you do anything, it's going to be in a group chat 5 minutes later. Anything you do, every woman in that network is going to know about it. It's going to be in a group chat. They're going to share it. Whatever the fuck you did. That's what they're using the internet for. They are using it to expose men.
Men, on the other hand, are just using it to, look at women. Male gaze. All right, Ashley, please stop. Please stop spamming the chat, okay? All right, I am going to get off now, though. It's 3 a.m. Wow, this has been 6 hours. This has been, how many hours has it been? 4 hours. That's twice, you guys, this is twice the show. And now I'm going to have to talk to Ashley on the phone, so there's no rest for the wicked, I guess. Thanks. It's been an amazing week. The reading was beautiful last night. The open mic. Can't wait for next Monday. And then next Wednesday reading, the Lonesome reading at Tibet House. That'll be fun. Come out to that. It's free. All right. Good night, everybody. Time for sleep. Good night, Ashley. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody, everywhere. Everybody, everywhere.